You can visit author's Patreon to read 10 advanced chapters, and if you want to support the author, visit www.patreon.com/slimesage, link is in the description. Chapter 1. Death is the beginning of a journey. Hey, y'all, it's ya boy, Slimesage. Anyways, this is my new fanfic and I have a few warnings to you before reading this. It has a template system. So, if you're not a fan of systems and such, you're welcome to leave. There's a possibility of this fanfic being a harem. Keyword possibility, so it's not yet confirmed, but there's a high chance. It would be a bit slow-paced. So, the main character would not be that strong at the start. There would be a name change for every template he unlocks. That's all. Dash underscore 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 dash. Tell me, little one. How was your day? A single lit candle was the only thing that illuminates the dark room where a man in his 40s was lying on the bed, while asking the teen in front of him. Fine. The teen answered with a hint of contempt. Meanwhile, the man on the bed looked very malnourished, as if he had not eaten anything for months. I'm glad. The man replied before silence ensued around the room. Why didn't you tell me? The silence was then broken by the teen. Tell you what? The man feigned ignorance, acting as though he had no knowledge of the subject the teenager mentioned. That I'm adopted. The teen lashes out at him with tears in his eyes. I see. There's actually no reason for me to adopt you back then. However, when I first heard your cry, something snapped inside of me. The man weakly narrated. I don't know what to do at first. After all, I only found you lying on the street with just a single quilt protecting your frail body. I don't know what came over me, so I decided to put you in my arms, and the moment my eyes laid on yours, I knew that you were something. And guess what? I was right. You were so smart that you managed to beat Magnus Carlsen in chess at just the age of 5. You invented your own artificial intelligence at the age of 10. You are a prodigy in everything, Luke. I just felt so lucky to have you come into my life. Right at this moment, the man's voice got weaker and weaker to the point that the words coming out of his mouth became a whisper. The only thing that I regretted was not giving you a mother figure to rely on. I tried, Luke. I really tried, but no woman in this world seems to like me. I tried to chase after the ugly ones, but even they are not interested in me. The man shook his head and said, making the teenager with puffy eyes chuckle a bit. Promise me one thing, Luke. The man then raised his for Luke to reach and grab. You'll always be a good person. Don't let what the others get through you. This world needs you more than anyone, don't forget that. The man gave Luke a weak smile as Luke felt that the strength of the man was slowly losing. I wish I had more time in this world. So, I could see you grow up and become a good man. That was the man's last words before the light on his eyes disappeared. And cut. Good job. Suddenly, the entire room was illuminated with light and countless people started clapping their hands. Luke smiled and wiped the tears on his eyes while the man who was supposed to be dead earlier, opened his eyes and got up from the bed. That'll be the end of the shooting for today, everyone. Get some good rest and we'll finish the last part tomorrow. A man with a blue cap on his head clapped his hands while speaking loudly so the people around him could hear him. Sam, that was some good tears you got there. The man in his 40s who acted to be dead on the bed earlier patted Luke, or now known as Sam, on the shoulders. Well, it's my first time in the industry and I really tried my best. Sam scratched the back of his head and embarrassingly said. Well, with that kind of acting, I really hoped you'd invest more on drama movies instead of action movies. The man said with a slight regret on his face. Although drama films are also good, but it's my dream to become an action star. Yesterday, I just booked some kung fu lessons and I think my lessons will start today. Sam said with a toothy grin on his face. That's good. I'll be rooting for you. If you ever change your mind and want to become a drama star instead, you can call me, I'll recommend you to a few directors that will definitely like you. The man then handed him a business card and left a few words before leaving. Thank you, Mr. Hanks. Sam gave his gratitude to Tom as he also departed from the studio. Sam hailed a taxi cab while calling his manager with his phone. His phone rang as the taxi cab arrived and he went in. Ring, X3. Ring, X3. Why isn't he picking up? Sam tapped his foot on the floor of the taxi cab as he kept on calling his manager. Hello. Finally. I've been. Sam sighed in relief and was about to speak when he was interrupted. Just kidding. This is just a recorded voice email. I think I'm busy right now, considering that this voice email appeared, so just leave a message. Meanwhile, Sam's face twitched in annoyance. However, he still left a voice message. I just finished my shooting and I'm on my way back home. I just wanna call you up to ask if you're alright. After all, you didn't attend this day's shooting like you always do. After leaving a few more words, Sam finally finished the voice message and sent it to his manager. Tough day, hey. The taxi driver spoke suddenly, startling Sam a little bit. Why yet, but I'll manage. Sam replied and the taxi driver didn't respond after that. The rest of the ride was quiet until he finally reached his destination. Sam paid for the fare, however, the taxi driver surprisingly rejected him. You don't have to pay me, child. Let's have a talk. Suddenly, the taxi driver removed his cap, which gave Sam a good view of the man's face. Morgan Freeman. Sam uttered shockingly. Always has been. Morgan Freeman chuckled at seeing Sam's reaction. Sam thought that he was hallucinating, so he scrubbed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he was shocked once again when he saw that his surroundings had changed from the interior of the taxi to a white surroundings. Where am I? Sam gulped in fear as countless thoughts were running up on his mind. Take a seat. Morgan Freeman, now wearing a full white bodysuit, was sitting behind a desk while gesturing for Sam to sit on the chair in front of him. Did you drug me? This was the first thought that Sam uttered, as this is the only possibility why he is seeing all these hallucinations. No, it's not a drug, kid. Have a seat first and I'll explain everything. Sam being said for the second time, Sam followed his words and sat on the chair in front of Morgan Freeman. What's going on? Sam took the initiative to start the chat. Nothing personal. You see, I already gave two guys an opportunity to make a change in their worlds. Their names are Bruce Nolan and Evan Baxter. So, I decided, why not finish what I started with a third one? Morgan Freeman answered Sam's questions. Why you regard? From the info that he got from Morgan Freeman's mouth, made him remember two certain movies that he used to watch. Bruce Almighty and Evan Almighty. Then, does that mean he will become the Sam Almighty? Well, you can be if you want, I'm not stopping you. Morgan Freeman said with a smile. Yeah, but why am I here exactly? Sam scratched his head and went to the point. I mean, I'm sure there are other guys out there that are more worthy, right? Sam seemed to be unconfident on himself. He's just your daily average guy who has dreams and passion, nothing special. His parents aren't dead, he doesn't have any dog that was killed by a son of a mafia, nor does he have a special blood or capability that made him wanted by the governments. I am not Odin, son. I don't choose whether someone is worthy or not. I chose you because you were the first guy to answer my question back in the taxi. Oh. Sam was disappointed a bit, just when he thought that he's finally someone special, some being a hidden son of God or something. Don't be disappointed, son. There's nothing special in the entire multiverse, humans just created them so they could feel more unique than the others. In my eyes, all humans are equal and the same. However, unlike them, you have a chance to be special. God said, pointing his finger at him. Me? Sam pointed at himself and asked. Yes. What do you think about being my angel? Dash underscore 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 underscore. Chapter 2, Ch2, An angel can't venture without his wings. An angel? Sam gulped his saliva in excitement. He's already imagining himself as an angel with pure white wings on his back while the people are kneeling down to him. Sorry to burst your bubble, but you won't be having wings. God's words suddenly blew all of his fantasies away. How can I call myself an angel if I don't have any wings? Sam pouted, making God chuckle to himself. You don't need wings to call yourself an angel. God said after chuckling before continuing. Do you remember what your mother used to call you? God followed up with a question. Call me. Sam seems to be reminiscing when he looks towards the non-existent sky while putting his finger below his chin. Flashback. My cute little angel. Come. My dear little angel. My little angel. Pop. Suddenly, behind his mom's smiling face, God's face appeared and popped the non-existent bubble floating above their heads. Little angel. That's what she calls you, and do you have wings? No. After absorbing the little information he got from reminiscing, Sam answered God's question. "There's your answer," God said with a smile. "Let's stop talking about angels, Sam. Let's talk about what you will do as my angel." God went into serious mode, at least that's what Sam sees on him when God suddenly stares at his eyes. It's like he's piercing through every fabric of his entire being and is directly staring at his soul. What is it?" Sam gulped and sat up straight. "You see, some universal gods out there thought that I wouldn't know their little dealings with each other." God chuckled. When Sam heard what he said, he was weirded out. From what he could analyze from what God has said, he's referring to universal gods forming a rebellion or a coup d'état. What weirded him out was the fact that instead of frowning or getting angry, he's just smiling at them as if he's a parent that discovered that his children are entering puberty. "And what do you want me to do?" Sam confusedly asked, which was soon answered by God. It's simple, really. I just want you to watch over them, and if they did something drastic like destroying a universe to gain power, I want you to stop them. Since they only want what I have, then they should not involve the rest of the multiverse in this upcoming play," God said, making Sam frown slightly. "There are chances here that he might die. In fact, the chances are so high that the 100% got scared from 99%, so he decided to give up his place to 99%. In the end, the chances of dying would be 100%. Don't be too negative, Sam. This is why I'm giving you wings, so you could protect yourself," God said, which made Sam's eyes light up in excitement. "Someone's excited, are we?" God chuckled before clapping his fingers. "Let's gamble for your powers," God said as a huge gotcha machine appeared behind him. "Holy shit! I know that monstrosity." Sam gulped as his butt clenched on his seat. "Don't be too afraid of him, he just wants to make people happy." God seemed to be enjoying this as he spoke. "Enjoy? I watched my comrades fall under the wicked hands of that monstrosity." Sam dramatically kneeled on the ground as tears formed in his eyes, while flashbacks started appearing everywhere in his mind. "I do feel pity for them, but you should blame their luck for that." God nodded his head in understanding before cupping both of his hands and made a praying position. "Who are you praying to? Aren't you God?" "Well, I have quite a hobby of praying to myself. Anyways, ignoring these things, I'll be giving you 3 coins," God said as he snapped his fingers and a huge ass gold coins appeared beside them. Am I supposed to insert those to that crack?" Sam asked while pointing at the coin slot. "Yes, you will." God smiled and answered. "I don't think I could lift those." Sam chuckled nervously while hinting for God to at least help him insert the gold coins. However, seeing that God just remained standing there with a smile, Sam knew that he had to do things himself. Sigh. Sam sighed before using both of his hands and tried to lift the gold coins. And since the gold coins are lying flat on the ground, Sam was having a hard time trying to squeeze his fingers underneath the gold coins. And when he managed to do so, Sam clenched his ass cheeks while breathing in and out. Fu-humph. After a last exhale, Sam immediately used his entire strength to lift the damn gold coin, but it only moved a single inch. Sam despaired at this moment and turned to look back at God, trying to see if there were any signs that he would help. However, he was only met with God sitting on a chair while reading a newspaper. Seriously? Not a single shred of pity? Sam's mouth twitched before sighing in acceptance. Looks like there's no such thing as free lunch in this universe. And so, for the next few years, Sam kept on pushing and pulling a single coin, and finally, he managed to make the coin reach the gotcha machine. Now, the only thing that's left is making the coin enter the coin slot. Sam froze when he realized this and stared up at the gotcha machine. He saw that the coin slot is at least 30 feet tall up above. Gee God! Sam tried to ask God for help but saw that he's nowhere to be seen except for a ladder. As I expected. Sam sighed before walking towards the ladder to pick it up. After that, Sam placed the ladder with its tip right beneath the ladder. I hope this ladder is durable enough. Sam muttered to himself before eventually taking a few more hours before he finally managed to lean the coin towards the ladder, vertically. And since the ladder was tilted a bit, enough for him to just push the coin and let physics do the work. So, basically, Sam placed the bottom of the coin on his shoulder while eventually climbing up the ladder as the coin rolls upward. After a few days of non-stop pushing and climbing, Sam finally managed to slip the coin in its coin slot. Ah! Finally! Sam screamed on the top of his lungs as he slumped back down on the ground while his chest kept rising and sinking. It feels good, doesn't it? Whoa! You almost shocked me to death. Sam was startled when God's voice suddenly appeared behind him. You're not gonna die, you're already dead. God chuckled before looking at the tall gacha machine and continued. Ah, looks like he's satisfied with your determination and hard work. So, he's giving you something very valuable. As soon as God finished his words, the gacha machine started doing its job and after a few seconds, a large ball fell on the prize section. Is this it? Sam asked God for confirmation. Getting a nod from him, Sam excitedly picked up the large ball before opening it with his bare hands. A bright light flashed on Sam's face that almost blinded him. Oh fuck! Shit! Sam cursed as he closed his eyes and dropped the ball that is slowly fading away into small wisps of light. This mode of light then entered Sam's body. When Sam opened his eyes, his face turned into horror as he saw that the ball was gone now, and tracing back at what he did after the flash of light, he realized that he must have dropped it somewhere. When he tried to look for it, Sam found no trace of it as a bad thought climbed on his train of thoughts. Does that mean everything that I did is in vain? Just when Sam was about to burst into despair and cry out in pain, God's voice spoke behind him. It's not completely gone, don't be afraid. God's reassurance made Sam stop crying and sigh in relief. Where is it, then? He asked. God then pointed at his body, specifically right at where his heart resides. It has entered your soul. You just need to look for it. God said as Sam looked down at his body and asked in return. Where? Just when Sam was about to ask again, his mind suddenly went blank as several pieces of information invaded his mind and resided in his memories. Congratulations! You got the template system. When a screen appeared on his vision, Sam was speechless. It's not like I'm complaining or something, but isn't the system too overrated? It's also too overused. Sam scratched the back of his head and said. You don't want it. I could give it to someone who'll appreciate it more than you. God said as he made a motion gesture as if he's about to take the system away. Wait, no. I'm sorry. Sam almost got a heart attack when he heard God's words, so he didn't hesitate to apologize. This is my first advice to you, Sam. God chuckled and said. Always appreciate the things that are given to you. There are many people out there that would want to be in the same place as you are now. God then gave him a disappointed glance, making Sam guilty at being such a Karen. I'm truly sorry. I shouldn't have said that. Sam apologized with his head down. Apology accepted. God smiled and forgave him, making Sam smile for being given a second chance. And this time, he won't complain anymore and he would accept whatever it is given to him. With a fiery gaze on his eyes, Sam turns his eyes at the other 2 coins before determination welled up inside of him. Whatever he would get next, he would treasure it like how he treasure his life. God smiled at seeing the change before speaking. What are you waiting for? Go for it. God gave him his support, making Sam smile in delight. Thank you, God. Dash underscore 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 underscore. I just want to make a wholesome chapter and I failed at it, lol. Chapter 3, ch3, Falling Angel. After taking such a very long time to drag the rest of the coins, Sam finally sighed in relief as he got all the coins in the coin slot. In front of him are 2 familiar balls that he got earlier when he first got his system. I wish you good luck. God smiled and said behind him. Sam nodded his head gratefully before opening the first ball. As he opened it, another bright light flashed on his face, but this time, Sam was ready, so he already pushed the ball away from his eyes when he opened it. Just like what happened earlier, the ball vanished into motes of light before merging with Sam's body. As soon as it vanished, a brand new information appeared on Sam's mind. However, unlike the previous one, the one that he got now isn't something special. I'll speak. It's nothing special except for being able to speak and understand all kinds of languages in the entire multiverse. With this power, he was able to communicate and connect with beings of all species and creatures throughout the vast multiverse. Although it may look like it is useless, but it is actually not, as he would be needing this ability to not only understand the language of the universe that he might go to, but there might be some instance where he would get a very high privilege or access to some ancient artifact that would require him to read a language never seen before in the universe. Sam gave a thankful nod to the gacha machine and especially, to a god before opening the last ball of light. The same as usual happened and a brand new set of memories appeared on Sam's mind. Angel's body. A higher form of physical body. Capable of adapting to all kinds of situations within an indefinite amount of time. Has accelerated healing, enhanced physical strength, an ability to manipulate holy light and a wing that grows along with strength. However, this would give the user a weakness such as being more prone to the 7 sins like pride, greed, sloth, lust, envy, gluttony, and wrath. Once the user has made any one of these sins would cause them to become a fallen angel, decreasing their strength and removal of their light manipulation powers. However, there are also other benefits for being a fallen angel, such as being able to cause sins without repercussions and being able to use the demonic powers. Reading all of these made Sam go hazy and he almost jumped in excitement. However, reading the last part of the paragraph made his face turn grim. A fallen angel? However, I think I would someday become a fallen angel. After all, I can't live my life without enjoying the pleasures of life. Sam muttered to himself. That's quite a prize you've got there. However, let me warn you, being an angel has also other disadvantages, such as being a natural enemy of demons and devils. Just your presence alone would make them hostile to you. God warned him, which made Sam nod in seriousness. I understand. Well then. I wish you good luck in your journey, Sam. Off you go. God said before giving him a smile. Before Sam could thank him and smile back, his body was suddenly thrown away at very fast speeds. In Sam's eyes, the white space where he stayed for so many years, is gradually fading away, being replaced with the familiar black space and shining stars. Sam knew that he was about to arrive at a new world. Inside his heart, he's just hoping that the place where he will end up won't be that bad. We're finally choosing the Dragon Warrior. Countless different animals ranging from pigs to rabbits, starting pouring inside the arena where fireworks and musics were seen and heard across the street. Master Oogway was looking down on the masses when he saw a glimpse of a shining dot in the sky that can only be seen by him due to its far sight. I sense the Dragon Warrior among us. Master Oogway spoke with his eyes closed as Master Shifu immediately gave a glancing order to the Furious Five, who immediately lined up and let Master Shifu announce what Master Oogway just said. Citizens of the Valley of Peace. Master Oogway will now choose the Dragon Warrior. The noises that the citizens were making was immediately silenced by Master Shifu's announcement. Master Oogway then proceeded to step down on the high ground where he is stepping on. And as he went down, he was making weird movements with his arms that no one made fun of. After all, he's Master Oogway, everything that he did has a good reason. Just in time, a meteoroid started falling down in the skies, directly rushing towards the middle of the arena. At the same time, before it reaches the ground, a flying fireworks with a panda sitting on the chair flew from the ground but was met with the meteor, making him fall down back on the ground outside the arena. No. The panda complained in sadness as he missed an opportunity to see who was about to be chosen as the Dragon Warrior. Unknown to him, he just lost something more than just that. At the exact time he fell on the ground, the meteor that he collided with finally landed on the ground inside the arena, right exactly in the middle of the Furious Five and Master Oogway. Boom! Just in time for the meteoroid to land, Master Oogway was already pointing his finger forward. When the dust settled, it shows a young unknown species that makes him look similar to one of the Furious Five. He looks a bit like Master Tigress, but no fur and tail. You're wrong, he's like Master Monkey but a bit taller and has no tail. A debate went on across the citizens of the Valley of Peace. Meanwhile, Master Shifu was angry at the sudden interruption and was hoping that Master Oogway was pointing at someone among the Furious Five. You were pointing at Master Tigress, aren't you, Master Oogway? However, seeing that Master Oogway seems to be still pointing at the unknown being that landed in front of him, Master Shifu got a bit mad. You! Get out of the way! Shifu then pulled the man back but the finger followed him, shocking Master Shifu. Whoa, calm down, dude! The man spoke while rubbing his head in pain. Shifu then proceeded to push and pull the man everywhere. However, not once did Master Oogway's finger leave him. Okay, that's it. You're making me dizzy, you old, rat. What are you anyway? Being still confused about his surroundings, the man was like a drunk person. Master Shifu ignored him and pleaded Master Oogway with his eyes, hoping that they could repeat the election of the Dragon Warrior. However, Master Oogway just ignored him and proceeded to announce to the world that the Dragon Warrior was chosen. The universe has brought us the Dragon Warrior. Then the cheering ensued, not caring about the shocked faces of Master Shifu and the furious five, making Master Shifu almost fall on his knees in despair. He tried to stop everyone from cheering and even tried to stop the escort that was supposed to bring the dragon warrior to the palace. Having no use, Master Shifu remained standing on the ground with confusion plastered on his face. "Master, what's going on?" Master Tigress and the others approached Master Shifu and asked in confusion. "Don't worry, I'll ask Master Oogway about this. There's gotta be a mistake somehow." Master Shifu answered with a bit of contemplation. "Whoa, guys. Chill, what's going on?" Still confused on what is happening, Sam was still registering on his surroundings. "Why does this look very similar to Kung Fu Panda?" Sam muttered to himself. It only took a few hours before he was brought to a large hall where they dropped him off and scurried away, closing the large doors behind them. In order to pass time, Sam started looking around and realized that he was in the world of Kung Fu Panda. Wait, then where's Po? That situation earlier seems to be a bit similar to what happened to Po in the movie. Sam then came to a realization. Does that mean I just stole Po's destiny? Do I have to fight those monstrous villains now? Sam shuddered just by thinking about it. I remember getting gifts before coming here, right? What was the first one again? Sam placed his finger under his chin and started tapping his foot on the ground. Ding! What was that? Sam looked around in cautiousness but saw that he was alone. In front of you, you idiot! Suddenly, someone smacked him in the head. Smack! Jesus Christ! What was that? Sam scratched his head in pain while looking in front of him. In front of him, he saw a large screen covering his vision. Hello there! I'm not gonna prolong this any further. I'm the template system that you got. Though you don't have to worry about hearing my voice every single day because I will only appear once every time you step into another world. Sam read the words displayed on the screen and nodded his head once he was done. Alright, so what are you supposed to do to help me? Simple really. I'm just going to give you a template of a famous character across the multiverse and you just need to do things to increase your percentage with the character. The higher the percentage, the more you will assimilate with the character. As usual, you'll get their full power at 100%. So do your best. The template system explained. How do I know what percentage I am? Don't worry, it will be shown to you every day the moment the sun rises in the east. And what if it rises in the west? Sam made a simple joke in which the system didn't take quite lightly. If it did, then I'll beat the shit out of you. Don't ask too many unnecessary questions. Alright, I'm just joking. Tell me about the template I will get. Okay, there's a rule about the templates that you will get. The strength of the template will depend on the world you live in, so the more dangerous the world, the stronger the template that you will get. And also, you will only get one template per world. Okay. Sam nodded his head in understanding. Rolling. Sam then heard as if some kind of metal balls were falling and landing on the ground. Congratulations! You got Jin Kazama's template. Dash underscore 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 underscore. Chapter 4, Ch4, Becoming a Waiter. Just in time for Sam to receive his first template, his body suddenly started making changes. His previous skinny arms started gaining a little bit of muscle, not too much but it's noticeable if you focused enough. Sam's senses were also heightened to the almost superhuman levels. However, Sam could feel that there's still a big room for improvement when it comes to his senses. Weird, why do I suddenly feel a little bit strong when I just received my template? Sam muttered a question to himself, which was soon answered by the system. Since it is your first template, you are gifted an additional 10% in progress. Reading this, Sam almost jumped in excitement. However, he immediately fought the urge he is in a sacred hall, he can't show such impolite acts. Sam tried to find a mirror to take a look for himself but found none, so he dejectedly just looked down at his body. He could trace some lines on his body, though it's a bit unnoticeable but it's still there. When Sam was thinking of testing his strength here, his ears suddenly perked up when he heard a silent movement behind him. Who? Sam immediately turned around but found no one. I swear I heard someone. Sam muttered to himself. Down here, you idiot. Suddenly, someone grabbed his hair and brought his head down on the ground. And finally, he saw Master Shifu looking at him in disappointment. I'm impressed that you can hear my movements but you can't even use your eyes to perceive me. Master Shifu then proceeded to shake his head in disappointment. Sam could already tell that Master Shifu holds a resentment towards him. Who are you? Since he just technically got here, even though Sam already is this small rat-looking man in front of him, Sam still feigned as an ignorant teen. You must have lived in the mountains if you don't even know who I am. I'm very disappointed in you. And here, I thought you're worthy of the title of Dragon Warrior. Master Shifu shook his head in disappointment once again. Having enough of his shit, Sam finally snapped. He felt like he's not welcome here. So? Who cares about the Dragon Warrior? I didn't sign up for this shit. Sam said with a scoff before proceeding to exit the sacred hall. Disrespectful and use of bad language. I don't even know what Master Oogway saw in you. Maybe it was all a fluke. It doesn't matter, by tomorrow a new Dragon Warrior will be chosen. Someone that deserves it. Master Shifu yelled back as Sam exited through the large door. With his strength, he managed to push the door and exit through the small gap, earning him a raised eyebrow from Master Shifu. Seriously, I just got here and now I'm the Dragon Warrior. Sam started kicking small pebbles as he spoke. It should have been Po. I wonder where he is. With one last kick, the pebble that Sam kicked started falling down on numerous amounts of stairs. Po's greatest enemy. Stairs? I heard that the Dragon Warrior fell from the sky. Like a dragon. Cool. What does he look like? He has a black hair like the night sky. His body was also ribbed. However, he looked a bit like Master Tigress but he has no fur except for his head. He also doesn't have a tail. He's wearing nothing but pants. The pig started describing Sam's appearance to the small rabbits in front of him. You mean like that guy? A rabbit child said while pointing at a man walking on the street with his hands on his pockets. Gasp. The pig suddenly gasped in surprise before started running on his tiny legs to reach Sam. Dragon Warrior. While jumping around excitedly, the pig then pointed his finger at Sam while shouting in excitement, gathering the attention of the nearby citizens. Did someone say Dragon Warrior? While still wearing an apron, a fat panda suddenly walked out of the curtilage of a small home packed with tables and customers. Whoa! Are you the Dragon Warrior? Immediately walking in front of Sam, Po kneeled while asking with twinkling stars on his eyes. Yet. Are you really the Dragon Warrior? A young piglet shouted across the crowd, making the others shout their comments also. Is he really the Dragon Warrior? Of course he is. I saw it in my eyes. He's like a dragon that fell out of the skies. Seeing the sudden increase of commotion, Sam doesn't want to disappoint them any further, so he refuted anything they said. Calm down, everyone. It was just a fluke. I am not the Dragon Warrior. It was all nothing but a mistake. I heard from Master Shifu that they'll choose the Dragon Warrior again in a few more days or so. When Sam said this, they all started leaving in sadness, making the earlier crowded street almost desolate. Sam wiped off his sweat and noticed that Po was still standing in his place while still looking at him. Why are you still here? Sam was weirded out so he asked. I don't believe you. Po said in a serious face, while slowly marching towards him. Gulping nervously, Sam doesn't know why he is even nervous in the first place. It wasn't until Po arrived in front of him and his previous serious expression suddenly changed to fascination. You must be on a super secret mission. The enemy must not know that you're the Dragon Warrior, so once they're left with their guard down, you'll strike them hard like kapow. Ching. Bam. And boom. Po started rambling and making kung fu movements that left him tripping with his face flat on the cemented floor. Bam. Oof. Ow. While getting up, Po massaged his nose in great pain while Sam couldn't hold his laugh and started laughing out loud. Ah ha 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 ha. Man, you're a funny guy. Sam laughed as Po shyly stood up and scratched the back of his neck in embarrassment. Really? Wow, thanks. You're the first guy that ever said that to me. Po smiled brightly, as he fiddled with his fingers, still shy on being complimented by Sam. Sam knew that Po and his adoptive father were running a noodle restaurant. Having no place to stay in, Sam suddenly had a great idea in his mind. Hey Panda! Sam snapped his fingers and called out his name, catching his attention. What? Po snapped out of his thoughts and asked in wonder. I can see that you're running a noodle shop. Sam said while pointing towards their restaurant. Oh? Oh yeah, you should eat at our noodle shop sometimes. I guarantee that you will like my dad's noodles. Po proudly and confidently said. Ah, that's the problem you see. I don't have any money or a place to stay. So I was kinda hoping that maybe you're hiring some helpers for your restaurant. I'm very good at serving people, in fact, I could even do overtime if you want. Actually, you guys don't have to pay me, I just need a place where I could stay and eat without having to pay anything. What do you think? Sam explained his circumstances, which left Po speechless for a while. Hello. Waving his hand in front of Po. Po was woken up by the suddenly movement in his vision, and without hesitation, Po immediately gave his answer. Of course. Ahem, I mean I would be delighted to have you. Po yelled in excitement before realizing it and toned down his volume. Thanks. Sam sighed in great relief. Come with me. I'll introduce you to my dad. Po then proceeded to grab Sam's hand and dragged him inside their home, where Sam finally got to meet Ping, Po's adoptive father. Po? I noticed that you were gone in a while? And who is this guy? Ping noticed Po's arrival and greeted him before pointing his ladle at Sam. Dad. This is the drag, I mean this is. Po was still thinking that Sam was working undercover, so when he almost slipped up, he immediately stopped himself. What's your name? We kinda forgot to introduce ourselves. My name is Po, by the way. Po leaned his head to Sam's ears and whispered. I'm. Sam hesitated for a while. He was thinking of using Jin's name as his new identity in this world. After all, there's a chance that his percentage with Jin might increase if he uses his identity for himself. A/N, from now on, he'll be identified as Jin instead of Sam. Since I think the name Jin sounds cooler and blends in with the world of Kung Fu Panda. Jin. My name is Jin Kazama. After a moment of hesitation, Sam, or Jin, finally made his decision to take Jin's identity for himself. So, he introduced himself out loud. What a cool name. Po almost went out of breath just by the sheer excitement and coolness of Jin's name. I'm here to work as a waiter. I promise that I will. Just when Jin was about to state his worths and why he should be working at Ping's noodle shop, Mr. Ping didn't hesitate to grab another apron, similar to Po's, and wrapped it around Jin's abdomen and tied it behind him. Welcome to Ping's noodle shop. Here, take these bowls and bring them to that table. Don't forget to take their payment before they leave, okay? Mr. Ping then proceeded to place a bunch of bowls with soups inside them and instructed Jin about what he was supposed to do. Although surprised by the sudden order, Jin was quick to adapt and recovered immediately before grabbing the bowls and left the kitchen with great balance, not spilling any soup from the bowls. Well, that was quick. Jin muttered to himself. Dash underscore 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 underscore. Chapter 5, Ch5, Wise Words of a Master. For the whole day, Jin served many customers. Thanks to Jin Kazama's template, he barely sweated. Whoa! How did you do all those without having a break? As expected from the Dragon Warrior. While closing up the shop, Po started conversing with Jin, who was cleaning and sweeping the floor. I'm just built different. Jin said while flexing his muscles. Awesome! Po exclaimed excitedly. After a few minutes of sweeping and cleaning the tables, Mr. Ping finally locked the gates and led Jin to his room. This will be where your room is. It used to be Po's room, but he got so big I had to renovate the house and make another room bigger than this just for Po. Mr. Ping said, teasing Po as he tapped on his belly. Dad. Po embarrassingly covered his belly while calling out to his dad. Ooh, don't be shy. One's beauty comes in all shapes and sizes. Look at Jin. He looks so skinny. Mr. Ping comforted Po, while using Jin to set an example. Your dad is right. Not the skinny part, but beauty comes in all shapes and sizes. Don't be discouraged about your size, Po. Someday, you'll be put in a situation where you could take your size to your advantage. Jin walked to Po and patted his shoulder. Nope, he's definitely not referring to Tai Lung's nerve attack technique where he managed to paralyze the Furious Five except for Po, due to his fat. How would my fat be used in Kung Fu? Po said while shaking his belly fat. Someday, Po. Someday. Jin smiled and patted his shoulder before entering the room, but not before expressing his gratitude to Mr. Ping. Thanks for giving me temporary home, Mr. Ping. I truly appreciate it. Jin slightly bowed and said. Oh, you don't have to worry about that. I just hoped you could be friends with my son, here. Ever since he was a kid no one wants to be friends with him. Mr. Ping said in a sad tone. Don't worry, Mr. Ping. I would be honored to be Po's friend. Jin smiled at hearing a bit of Po's backstory and agreed to become Po's friend. Well, that's all for today. Good night, Jin. Mr. Ping said before walking away. Hey thanks for your help in the shop today. I managed to rest early and not get too tired today thanks to you. And Po thanked him first before stopping a bit. Jin could tell that Po was shy to say the next words. Thanks for being my friend. Po spoke quickly before closing the door and left. Hat. Jin chuckled before finding the bed and laid down. It's a brand new world, hey. Jin said while staring at the ceiling. Maybe I should train today. I want to see how much I improve tomorrow when I see the percentage. Jin said before getting out of the bed before he started doing push-ups. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. While Jin decided to work out, Master Shifu found Master Oogway in his usual spot, the sacred peach tree of heavenly wisdom. You might think that the name is an exaggeration since the tree looks like a normal peach tree. However, since it was Master Oogway who named it, then perhaps the tree truly deserves its name. You have come, my friend. While meditating with his eyes closed, Master Oogway already sensed Master Shifu's presence in a distance. We should choose a new dragon warrior. The weird teen that you picked has backed out. He doesn't deserve to be the dragon warrior considering how cowardly he is on taking the responsibility of the dragon warrior. Still holding a slight grudge on Jin, Master Shifu snarled. Is it? Or perhaps someone has insulted him, forcing him to back out because he thinks that no one wants him to be the dragon warrior. Master Oogway said with a smile, making Master Shifu whistle and look anywhere except Master Oogway. I am everywhere, my friend. He is just as confused as I was before I started my journey. You do. Although Master Shifu has long known Master Oogway, there are still some things that he doesn't know about him. Of course. Choosing a path can indeed be a difficult task. But remember, my friend, the hardest paths often lead to the most beautiful destinations. Master Oogway said as he glanced at the sky. But Master, that boy is not confused. He's doubting about the credibility of being the dragon warrior. Master Shifu reacted a bit aggressively. Doubt is a natural companion on the path of greatness. It is how we respond to that doubt that truly matters. Remember, the dragon warrior is not chosen by accident. The universe sees something within you that you may not see in yourself. Master Oogway responded wisely, making Master Shifu stop and look down on the ground, contemplating. Master Oogway saw this and smiled naturally before inhaling and exhaling. I saw something within that boy. His path will be full of obstacles but he will emerge as the winner. There is no accident, it is all part of their destiny. Master Oogway said for the last time before closing his eyes and meditated once again, looking like a statue, showing off an aura that he won't be talking about it anymore. Master Shifu looked down on the cliff and saw the Valley of Peace illuminated by the light of the lanterns. There is no accident but it is part of their destiny. Master Shifu said in a sad tone, remembering a certain memory that he wished to forget. Tai Lung. Master Shifu muttered with great regret in his voice. Unknown to him, Master Oogway opened his left eye and glanced at Master Shifu's back before closing them again. As the sun rises in the east, Mr. Ping woke up and as usual, he went to the kitchen to prepare and cook. However, as he got there, he was surprised to see Jin had already brought out the kitchen utensils and especially, the wok. Jin? You're up already. Mr. Ping grabbed the apron on the wall on his side before wearing it. Oh, good morning, Mr. Ping. I'm quite a morning person. Jin responded with a shrug on his shoulder. That's good, then you'll be able to help me open up. Po always wakes up so late. I don't know what kept him at night that causes him to wake up late. Mr. Ping sighed and said. Jin just chuckled and for the next few minutes, Mr. Ping has finally cooked the soup and slices the dough into noodles. Time to open up, Po I mean Jin. Mr. Ping clapped his hands and corrected himself when his tongue slipped. Okay. Jin didn't mind the slip of tongue, so he just nodded his head and opened the wooden gate. I guess Mr. Ping's noodle shop is quite famous. Jin said to himself as pigs, rabbits and other animals started walking in and taking up tables. Taking out a pen and paper, Jin started taking orders from the customers. Walking back to the training halls, Master Shifu encountered his students, the Furious Five. Master. They all bowed down to him as Tigress spoke. How is it, Master? Will there be a new dragon warrior chosen? As she spoke, Master Shifu sighed. No. Master Oogway has insisted on that boy. Master Shifu said, making the Furious Five speechless. You mean the boy who refused to take the responsibility of the dragon warrior? What did Master Oogway even see on him? Monkey asked and said. Never doubt Master Oogway's choices. Every move he makes is a wise move. Master Shifu lectured strictly. We must find the boy and bring him back to the Jade Palace. Master Oogway said that he is confused on the path he should take. And it is our job to help him. Master Shifu said, before instructing in a loud voice. Now, go back and train first. Yes, Master. They straightened up and bowed before going back to the training hall. As the others trained in their respective specialties, Tigress went to the wooden dummy and started training on it. While at it, Tigress's face shows confusion and slight anger. She should have been the dragon warrior by now if it wasn't for that weird boy who suddenly crashed. Speaking of the weird guy, Tigress was having a hard time sleeping last night due to the boy's face always appearing in her mind. Tigress doesn't know what was happening to her, but she just registered it as a nightmare or something similar to it. Being in deep thoughts, Tigress failed to deflect one of the wooden dummy's strikes. Hiss. The wooden dummy hits her in the face as she hissed in pain, mostly due to the surprise. Thankfully, she has trained enough to the point that she only felt a slight pain. I must improve. And show the masters that I deserve to be the dragon warrior. With determination filling her face, Tigress punched the wooden dummy with more force than before. Bang! With her incredible strength, her entire fist pierced through the wooden dummy, garnering the attention of the other masters. Tigress? Are you okay? As Tigress was known to be the strongest among all of them, Viper was obviously afraid when she asked. I'm fine. Thank you. Tigress replied as she removed the splinters on her knuckles. Okay. Viper nodded her head and went back to training. The other masters took this as a sign to go back to training, so they did. Ha! Tigress sighed and removed the wooden dummy and replaced it with another one. Unknown to her, her every move was caught by Master Oogway, who smiled unknowingly. Seeming as if he knows what Tigress is feeling earlier. Ah, youth. Dash underscore 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 underscore. Chapter 6, CH6, Confrontation. You should take a break, Jin. Po has woken up now and he'll be taking over your shift. Take a good rest, Jin. You've worked hard. As Jin went back to the kitchen to grab a bowl of noodles, Mr. Ping noticed that Jin had been working for hours, so he took pity on him and decided to give him a break. Okay, Mr. Ping. Thank you. Jin nodded and decided to take a break. Or at least that's what Mr. Ping thought he'd do, because after taking off his apron, Jin went back to his room and started working out. Jin Kazama template, 12%. 12% not much, but it's still a progress. Thankfully I got those 10% template bonus, or else I'll only have 2% now. Jin said to himself as he started doing some push UPS. With his endurance and stamina, Jin managed to do at most 500 push UPS yesterday before he felt his arms going numb. It's already a good achievement considering that in his past life, he could only do 10 push UPS before his arms felt like they were screaming in pain. Also, he only had 10% of Jin's template yesterday, so it's quite scary to think what his strength would be if he got up to 100%. Perhaps he would be considered a monster in this world. Outside his room, Po was serving the customers when he felt that he was sweating profusely and his arms and legs were about to give up. I am tired, Dad, can I get a break? Po complained as he slumped off on the ground. It's only been 30 minutes, Po. The last time it was 40 minutes, are you gaining weight again? Mr. Ping turned around and said. However, he was met with Po full-off dumplings on his mouth while the other three were on his hands. Or height. Po spoke in confusion with his mouth full, making Mr. Ping sigh. Swallow your food before you speak, Po. Mr. Ping said in a deadpanned expression. Gee gulp. It took Po 10 seconds before being able to swallow everything. What is it, Dad? After gulping the dumplings, Po asked again in confusion. Ha, nothing, Po. Just call Jin to take over you. Mr. Ping decided not to repeat what he said earlier as it might hurt Po's feelings, so he changed his words and accepted Po's request for a break. Yes. Having Jin work here is awesome. I could take more breaks. Po raised his fist in excitement and muttered with relief and joy in his voice. Seeing Po tiptoe excitedly, Mr. Ping sighed once again and resumed his cooking. Walking towards Jin's room, Po noticed that it was slightly open. Trying to resist the urge to peek and just ignore the small gap, it only took Po 2 seconds before he failed to resist and peeked inside. Inside the room, which was illuminated by the light through the window, Po saw a glimpse of Jin doing a set of kicks. Considering how small the room is, it is amazing that Jin has good control over his body to not destroy the things inside with his spinning side kicks. Awesome! Po was once again amazed by Kung Fu, however his whisper was too loud, so Jin heard it. Who's there? Jin was so immersed in his training that he failed to use his senses to be alert to his surroundings. It is also because he thought that he was in a safe place, so he let his guard down a bit. Door creaking. At first, Po was thinking of quietly leaving, however his belly suddenly bumped on the door, making the door open and reveal himself. It's just me. I swear I wasn't peeking. Po scratched the back of his head in embarrassment as he tried to clear things up by lying. It's just you, Po. Is it my turn now? Jin grabbed a towel to wipe off his sweat as he spoke. Yes, actually, but hey, Po seemed to be hesitating as Jin waited for him to continue. Can you train me on Kung Fu? Po took a deep breath before finally speaking out the words he wanted to say. Jin was stunned when he heard Po's words. Actually, those kicks that he did earlier are just some techniques that he watched on YouTube, so he's not sure if he did all of them right. It's not like I want to, Po. But I can't. When Jin saw Po's down face, he immediately continued. The kicks that you saw earlier? Those are just some kicks I copied from the others when I watched them, so I'm not a master. Jin's words were true. But, once I learned Kung Fu, I'll take you in as my first and foremost student. How about that? Seeing that Po was still down, Jin finally released his trump card. Really? I'll be the Dragon Warrior's first student. Po suddenly cheered up when he heard Jin's words, so he repeated what he said just to confirm. Yes, you heard it right, Po. Jin confidently said, however, on the inside he was crying. Shit. How will I learn Kung Fu now? Do I really have to go back to the Jade Palace and beg Master Shifu to teach me Kung Fu? Jin grimaced at this thought. If the past Sam were in the same situation, perhaps he would do it without hesitation. However, Jin has inherited Jin's template, which means that includes his personality and pride. Speaking of personality, shouldn't I also inherit the angel's good traits? I see nothing on me. And also, my strength should also be high now, considering that angels must be very strong, and where are my wings? Jin started barraging himself with some questions that would remain unanswered unless he met God again or the template system returns and answers it. Footsteps. Po. Po. Po, where are you? Oh, you're here. Mr. Ping was running when he ran past the door of the room before going back and entered. What is it, Dad? Look, I'm going to become the Dragon Warrior's student. Po asked before remembering something and expressed his excitement, forgetting the fact that he's supposed to keep Jin's identity a secret. Okay, that's good to hear, Po. But you have to go outside now. There's some guys out there that you will definitely be excited to meet. Mr. Ping also got excited and said. Who? Unless they're the Furious Five then. Po was speaking when he noticed that his dad, Ping, got more excited when he mentioned the Furious Five. They're the Furious Five? Po whispered in excitement before running out of the room, stumbling on some furniture on the way. The Furious Five? Jin raised his eyebrows and wondered why they were here. So, he also got out and witnessed the scene where Po was kneeling on the ground with tears on his face. Tigress. Monkey. Viper. Crane. And where's Mantis? Po started naming them one by one before wondering where the last one, Mantis, is. Down here, you big buffoon. Po heard a voice close to the ground, so he looked down and saw Mantis, standing while glaring at him. And there's Mantis. Po chuckled nervously before his nervousness was replaced by excitement. Oh my gosh! I can't believe the Furious Five are in my Hoblurg. Po was about to be excited once again when he suddenly made a funny face and fell on the ground. Thud. The Furious Five looked at the perpetrator, Mantis. What? He's being too noisy. I just made him fall asleep for a bit. Being stared at by them, Mantis explained his reasons. Oh my god, what happened to my son? Po. Jin went outside along with Mr. Ping, who immediately noticed Po's unconscious body on the ground. Wait, you're his father? Mantis exclaimed in shock as Mr. Po knelt on the ground and started checking out Po's body. Yes, yes I am. Can you help me lift him up? Mr. Ping answered. How is that even possible? Mantis muttered but didn't refuse Mr. Ping's call for help, so he assisted him in lifting Po. What are you guys doing here? Meanwhile, Jin confronted the Furious Five and asked. You are to return to the Jade Palace, to take your responsibility as the Dragon Warrior. Tigress stepped forward and said with a stern expression, as if she's not taking a no for an answer. I refuse. Hearing Tigress' tone and remembering Shifu's insults to him, Jin was hard as a rock, so it would take a while to convince him. Yes, he want to play hard to get, so what? You have no choice. You were chosen to be the Dragon Warrior, so whether you like it or not, you're going back with us. Once her words are done, Tigress and the rest stand proudly, while looking at him, straight in the eye. Being stared at them might make anyone nervous but I'm not. I don't know why but maybe it is Jin's pride. Jin said to himself as he also stood proudly and spit the next words right in front of Tigress. No. Goodbye. Jin said with a glare before turning around to leave when suddenly, someone stopped him by holding his wrist. Turning around, he was faced with Tigress's stern glare. Don't make me use force. So, you either go back the hard way or the easy way. Tigress spoke with a slight growl. One of the things she doesn't like the most is being disrespected, especially by those she resented. I choose the hard way. With a confident smirk, Jin answered. So you have chosen death? Tigress said before grabbing Jin's shoulders and tried to make him turn around. However, Jin stood his ground and instead, he grabbed Tigress's wrist and tried to punch her abdomen. Bam! Unfortunately, Tigress managed to block it with her palm. Is that all you've got? Jin said with a smirk, further angering Tigress. Grr. Dash underscore 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 underscore. Author, tisk tisk. Jin is so stubborn. I mean, who told him to play hard to get? Me? Nope, not me. It's not like I want them to fight each other to add spice on the next chapter, nope. Chapter 7, CH7, The Fight. Alright guys, hear me out. I just read a comment which suggested that Jin would live his life in the Kung Fu Panda world as Tigress as his only woman then dies in that universe before proceeding to the next universe where he would live his life once again with only one girl. So basically, it's like one woman per universe and they don't know about one another. It's like Jin have different lives in every universe. However, I don't like my character to die, so instead of dying, I would just make it so when Jin goes to another universe, the time will stop in the previous universe, so he could go back whenever he wanted or something. This isn't confirmed yet, as I want your opinions first and probably suggestions. Dash underscore 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 underscore. Facing Tigress's angry face, Jin found it a bit cute, however her next action made him think twice. Tigress grabbed the hand of Jin that he used to grab her wrist before using it as a support to jump and kick Jin with both of her legs. Bam! Too late to react, Jin was thrown back and stumbled upon a few tables and chairs. Sorry, Mr. Ping. Jin immediately got up and apologized. It's okay, focus on your fight. Mr. Ping forgave him just as quickly. You don't know any Kung Fu, so you don't stand a chance against me. Tigress confidently said as she patted her shoulder. It never hurts to try. Jin smirked and shrugged his shoulders. I'll wipe that arrogant face of yours. Ha! Having enough of Jin's smirks, Tigress took the initiative to strike first. Stepping back a little, Jin avoided her punch and tried to retaliate with a knee to her abdomen. Bam! However, Tigress just blocked it with her palm and uttered the words. Strong but not strong enough. Sliding her hands through Jin's legs, she gripped Jin's foot and used her legs to deliver a devastating kick towards Jin. Okay, this is bad. Jin said to himself in fear as he realized that Tigress's grip on his foot made him unable to escape, so with that, he was forced to defend Tigress's kick by crossing his arms in front of him. Boom! At the same time, releasing her grip on his foot, Jin was blown away in the air and landed on the table. Just as Jin was about to get up, Tigress appeared in front of him and tried to claw him with a clawed palm. Thankfully, Jin was in a state of alertness, and combined with his senses, Jin managed to roll away from the table. Crack! Bam! As Tigress's palm landed on the table, it was halved into two as Mr. Ping cried out. My table! She did it! Jin didn't hesitate to point his finger at Tigress and immediately blamed her. What? Tigress was shocked and confused by the sudden blaming. Well, just pay for it. Crane immediately said while asking Monkey to lend a few coins to pay for the tables. What? Why mine? Monkey complained. Remembering that time when you accidentally destroyed my brush? You can pay up now, and besides, I didn't bring my money with me and I know you always bring your own money whenever we go out. Crane explained as Monkey grumbled. Ugh, fine. After a slight reluctance, Monkey finally gave in and plucked a few coins on his pouch and handed it to Crane, who then gave the coins to Mr. Ping. I'm sorry for the damage. This should be enough to pay it up. Crane apologized first before handing him the money. Of course, as a businessman, Mr. Ping isn't someone to refuse someone giving him money, even if it's the legendary Furious 5. Apology accepted. Mr. Ping said before grabbing the coins and putting it on his own pouch. When Tigress saw this transaction, she grew embarrassed and couldn't help but growl at Jin, for making her friends pay up for her mistake. That's it. After a yell, Tigress stomped on the ground, causing shockwaves that blew Jin's hair back. Holy shit! Jin's back was full of sweat now. He's thankful that he got Jin Kazama's template, or else, he wouldn't even last a second at Tigress. Just when Jin was finally about to surrender, Tigress was still angry at this time, so she didn't spare him the effort to surrender and directly went to put Jin to sleep. Oh fuck! Jin closed his eyes and waited for the pain to register, however nothing came, so he opened his eyes and saw that Tigress was already on the ground, kneeling along with the Furious 5. With a confused look, Jin searched around and found the answer to his confusion. It turns out, Master Shifu has arrived and stopped Tigress from finishing him off. I told you not to make a ruckus. Master Shifu glared at the Furious 5, who all looked down on the ground, not daring to meet Master Shifu's eyes. We use Kung Fu to protect the weak, not fight them. Master Shifu sternly glared at the Furious 5 before turning his gaze back to Jin, as his glare softened down a little. Am I tripping, or did he just call me weak? Master Oogway taught me that you were the Dragon Warrior. Nothing is an accident. I apologize for my previous actions, I hope I can be forgiven. Master Shifu said and apologized before bowing down his head, shocking the Furious 5 at seeing their master bow down to someone other than Master Oogway. Seeing that even Master Shifu was willing to set his pride aside just to have him back, Jin finally relented and forgave him. Fine. I also apologize for my actions. Jin said and bowed his head at the same time. Anyways, he's not gonna prolong this any further, as he would also like to learn Kung Fu, since that is his purpose here in this world anyway. Another day has passed and Jin already arrived back in the Jade Palace, where he was given a robe, more like a Kung Fu robe. However, Jin refused it. He'd rather wear the same thing as Jin wears in Tekken, which is a topless top, showcasing his body that hasn't formed any muscles yet but will soon show as the time passes. His bottom is also the same one as Jin wears, which is a black trousers with a red, orange, and yellow flame design on the right pant leg and red and black foot pads. He also wears the Mishima-style red gauntlets with a triangular pattern of metallic studs on the back of the hands. Although Master Shifu thought that the outfit was too weird, but nonetheless, he agreed and submitted the design to their tailors. Arriving at the training halls, Jin was met with the Furious 5 training with several tools and objects, showing their incredible skills and styles. You will be starting with this, Master Shifu said while pointing his finger towards the wooden dummy. Do I just punch it or something? Jin asked. Punch, kick, or anything that you know, I'll be the one deciding if you are worthy to proceed to the next level, Master Shifu said with his hands behind his back. Seeing this, the Furious 5 stopped their training and started watching the ordeal. They were curious about Jin, since despite not knowing anything about Kung Fu, he still managed to last over a minute with Master Tigress. Something that only some of them could do, since Master Tigress always shows no mercy when it comes to sparring. Being watched by several masters made Jin nervous, so he just simply delivered a simple right elbow strike which made the wooden dummy bend backwards, almost touching the ground before striking back at Jin with full force. Seeing this, Jin reacted and used his left hand to block the counter-strike and used his right hand to strike hard using his palm. Bam! Just like what happened before, the dummy just bent backwards before striking back towards Jin. This is how the wooden dummy is made. The stronger you strike them, the stronger their counter-strikes are. This time, Jin wanted to make sure that the dummy won't strike back, so he stepped back a little, avoiding the counter-strike of the dummy, and used one of Jin Kazama's techniques in the game, which is the left drill punch. This move is known for dodging an opponent's attack and counter-attacking towards the solar plexus of their opponent. So, the moment Jin stepped back, avoiding the strike of the dummy, he immediately dashed forward and used his entire body to deliver a devastating strike towards the middle of the dummy. The moment his fist came in contact with the dummy, a cracking sound was heard throughout the room, and the dummy, which was supposed to just bend backwards, was blown away from the punch and collided with the wall a few meters away from its supposed position. Okay, that's cool, but it hurts my knuckles a bit, Jin said to himself as he painfully removed some splinters on his knuckles. Impressive. Master Shifu sagely nodded while caressing his beard. It reminds me of Tigris's style, which is always offensive, but what he showed us is a mix of both defense and offense. Mantis said after observing. How come he didn't use that move to me when we fought? Is he looking down on me? Tigris's thoughts were far from theirs, as she thought that Jin was looking down on her. Unknown to her, Jin just came up with this move on the spot, so he just technically used this move for the first time. However, to the other masters, they thought that Jin has practiced this move several times, since it looks like Jin has mastered the move. Is that good? After removing all the splinters, Jin's knuckles were now bleeding a little, so Master Shifu replied and sent him to the infirmary. You have exceeded my expectations, but first you should get that healed. Come back after a few hours. While Jin was being taken care of, Tigris was growling as she realized that Jin must have really looked down on her by not using that technique. Does he think that I'm not worthy to face the move? Soon after, Tigris was plagued by thoughts of Jin's face. Ha! With a war cry, Tigris punched the wooden dummy so hard that it cracked in the middle, and it soon continued before breaking into pieces. She has always trained in strength instead of anything defensive, so she's always considered the main force of the Furious Five and also the strongest, but she knew that if it comes to a real fight with the masters such as Master Shifu, she would probably be defeated in just a few seconds due to her lack of defensive techniques. Perhaps the only defensive techniques that she knew are blocking, parry, and dodging. But it's different from the likes of Mantis, who could transfer the force of the enemy's strength back to itself, or Viper, who could slither around and use her enemy's body to fight others or themselves. But she only knows offensive techniques. No, I only need strong strength, that's what it requires to be the Dragon Warrior, to have the strength to vanquish his enemies. Tigris resolutely said to herself before resuming her training. Dash underscore 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 underscore. I have an offer that you would definitely like. Help me reach 600 power stones and I'll post 2 chapters on next week Monday. Every 600 power stones would add another chapter on the next week. Chapter 8, Ch8, Sparring leads to acknowledgement. After a few hours of thinking, I have decided to make the heroines go with the main character, and so they'll know about the harem and such. However, I don't want to make it the typical I can't handle you in bed, so I'll accept having woman or something blah blah. I want to make it a bit different than the others, so give your suggestions. Dash underscore 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 underscore. After a few hours, Jin was finally healed and patched up before he was taken to the training grounds, just outside the training halls, where he was met with the Furious Five, all standing straight. Since Jin hasn't gotten his requested outfit yet, he was only wearing a robe temporarily. Good, let's start the next phase. You'll be fighting each of them. I'm not expecting you to defeat them, just show us what you're made of. Master Shifu said with a smile before turning his gaze at the Furious Five. Monkey, you go first. Master Shifu gestured and Monkey did as told. He brought a bow staff from the nearby weapons rack before entering the battleground. Do you need some kind of weapon? I could fetch one for you. Seeing that Jin was holding nothing, Monkey offered to give him a weapon. Thank you, but there's no need. I'm more comfortable with my hands. Jin shook his head and said before assuming a standard Kazama-style stance, which consists of bringing his arms forward, with his right fist much closer to his face. You know, you always remind me of Tigris, sh. Just when Monkey was about to continue his sentence, he suddenly heard Tigris growling towards him on the side. At the same time, Master Shifu was tired of Monkey's noisy mouth, so he immediately started the fight. Fight. Okay, I'll take it easy since yo. Just when Monkey was about to finish his sentence, Jin didn't hesitate to strike first by dashing forward, arriving in front of Monkey. Before he could react, Jin grabbed him by his shoulder before using his legs to trip him. Bam! With a swift move, Monkey now finds himself on the ground, staring at the beautiful blue sky. What happened? Monkey muttered as Master Shifu slapped his forehead. Have you forgotten what I taught you, Monkey? Never underestimate your enemy, even if they look weaker than you. Master Shifu strictly reprimanded Monkey as he stood up and apologized. Thankfully, he was given another chance for a rematch. So, this time Monkey zipped his mouth and got more serious. Fight. As soon as Master Shifu's words dropped, Monkey struck first by using his bow staff to target Jin's legs. However, Jin just casually raised his right leg before jumping and delivered a kick towards Monkey's chin using his left leg. With his flexibility, Monkey managed to dodge in time and used his tail to wrap around Jin's leg before pulling it. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Jin was thrown off on the ground as Monkey used this chance to point his bow staff right at Jin's face. Aha! Monkey smiled happily at his win as Master Shifu announced. Atai! What? Atai! I clearly pushed him on the ground and had my bow staff on his face. Monkey confusedly complained. Look behind you, Monkey! Seeing the funny faces of the Furious Five, Monkey heard Master Shifu's words, so he turned around and was shocked to see that Jin's foot was close to his face. It turns out, despite being on the ground, Jin still found a way to counter-attack. If he struck me without knowing, I would be the one who is defeated. Monkey sweated slightly before sighing and helping Jin get up. I could tell that you're not using all you got, right? If this was a real fight, then maybe I would be the losing one. Seeing the discouraged face of Monkey, Jin humbly complimented him to raise his spirits. In fact, Jin is actually right, if this was indeed the real fight, he would indeed lose from Monkey. After all, Monkey not only had a bunch of techniques but he also had a plethora of experience in fighting. Since this was just a casual spar, he obviously held back. Thanks. Realizing that Jin was trying to not hurt his pride and dignity in front of the other masters, Monkey was touched and felt grateful to him, so he thanked him. Good sportsmanship. Master Shifu nodded his head in approval before sending the next sparring partner. Mantis, you're up. As soon as Mantis entered the stage, Jin was utterly defeated. How the fuck am I supposed to fight someone so small and fast? Jin said to himself as it was his turn to be on the ground. At first, he thought it would be as easy as kicking or stomping on Mantis, but the little master was too fast, and although he could react to his speed, Mantis was too flexible and has the strength that defies logic. How could someone so small pack a punch? A/N, to be honest, I think Mantis has the potential to literally defeat all the Furious Five, considering that he's small and fast, which makes it harder to fight him, and not to mention his strength, the little dude could flip Po around like he's a feather. Viper. This time, it was the snake's turn. Jin was also having a hard time fighting the snake as she was too slippery, but thanks to his senses and quick reflexes, Jin managed to catch Viper by her neck and gripped it very tight in order to not let her slip. The only thing Viper could do was to wrap her body around his arm and squeeze it as tight as she could. Fuck, that hurts. However, despite the pain, Jin still didn't release his grip but instead, tightened it more. Now, it has become a test of endurance, who would be the first to give up and who will be the last man standing. After a while, Jin could feel his entire arm going numb, he could not feel any blood circulation on it anymore, so just as he was about to give up, Viper beat him into it. Aye. Seeing the agony on Viper's face, Jin immediately released his grip on her as she fell on the ground, without any consciousness. I am so sorry. Jin immediately apologized as he thought that he killed Viper, but thankfully, Master Shifu just grabbed her and stretched her whole body before she came back to life again. I think I just saw my mother. While breathing heavily, Viper chimed. Your mother? Isn't she dead? Just when Monkey was about to finish his sentence, his elbow was nudged by Crane. Looking at Crane's eyes, Monkey finally understood and decided to keep his mouth shut in the meantime. I'm sorry about that, I didn't mean to. Jin scratched the back of his head and apologized again, but this time, in front of Viper. It's okay, oh my, is your arm okay? Viper quickly forgave him before noticing Jin's arm. Unlike the usual and standard arm, Jin's arm looked as if it was painted in white as the blood circulation was blocked for a very long time. Oh, this? I think I should be fine. It would go back to normal in a few seconds. True to Jin's words, the whiteness on Jin's arm was replaced by the usual color. After fighting Crane, which turned anticlimactic as Jin just grabbed Crane's legs when he tried to fly and smashed him down on the ground. Looks like Crane only has the advantage in the air but not on the ground. Now, the next opponent this time is Master Tigress, and from the look on her face, he could tell that she's been waiting for this moment. I'll take you down, Tigress confidently said as she entered the small battlefield and assumed her tiger stance. During these few fights, Jin has gathered quite a few experiences in fighting masters, so he also entered his Kazama-style stance and carefully watched every move that Tigress will make. Fortunately, this isn't some anime and shit where the enemy would disappear from your vision and appear behind you while the protagonist will mutter he's fast. And due to that, when Tigress jumped to gain some momentum and tried to strike Jin right towards his neck, Jin just stepped back a little, which was enough to give him time to block Tigress's claw strike. Bang! However, Jin underestimated Tigress's claw strike as Jin's forearms bled a little while the force made him skid on the ground back. Fuck! That shit hurts! Jin cursed inside his mind as he saw that Tigress was once again after him. This time, Jin decided to fight back instead of blocking her strike since he learned his lesson. Crouching a little, Jin dodged Tigress's kick and swiped the ground with his leg, causing Tigress to lose her balance and fall to the ground. At least that's what Jin expected. However, instead of falling on the ground, Tigress simply used her hand to backflip and land back on the ground with a menacing look on her face. It's just luck. Tigress tried to convince him, however it's more like she's just convincing herself that Jin just got lucky. Her pride is really high, no wonder she's so adamant in Po becoming the dragon warrior since she thinks that she's more worthy to be one. Jin thought to himself as he decided to use this free space to attack Tigress. The attack wasn't anything fancy except that Jin was very fast and immediately arrived in front of the fully guard Tigress. He's faster than Monkey but slower than Mantis, Tigress thought to herself as she crossed her arms, expecting to block whatever punch or kick Jin would give to her. However, instead of feeling pain in her forearms, Tigress suddenly felt warm arms embracing her on her abdomen. Realizing that Jin was hugging her, Tigress blushed slightly and complained. What are you doing hugging me? Release me! Tigress said to him. Hugging? No, this is not hugging. Jin, who was behind Tigress with his arms around her abdomen. It's a bit fluffy but I could feel her abs, Jin thought to himself before continuing what he was saying. This is German suplex. As soon as his words left his mouth, Tigress suddenly felt herself being lifted until the world was upside down in her vision, and before she knew it, her head was slammed against the concrete while the arms were still around her abdomen. Dash underscore 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 underscore. Our goal is near. A few more power stones and I'll finally conquer the world. Mwahahaha. Chapter 9, Ch9, The Dragon Warrior. LOL, I actually noticed that I haven't shown or described Jin's appearance yet, so I'll just send a photo here that I got from Pinterest that resembles him according to my imagination. And also, I noticed how some of you are uncomfortable about Tigress, who would be the first woman, because she's a furry. I understand your concerns, so I suggest some of you just go and think of her as human form or demi-human. Anyways, I'm planning on making her more humanish when they travel the multiverse. Dash underscore 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 underscore. What's happening? Where am I? Tigress stared at Master Shifu's upside-down figure as the arms that hugged her body slowly snaked their way out before Jin left her on the ground. Whoa, that's super cool. Monkey commented as he gave a thumbs up to Jin. That's an unusual move. Mantis chimed in as Master Shifu's eye twitches a little. Jin wins. After a moment of hesitation and seeing that Tigress doesn't seem to want to fight anymore, Master Shifu finally declared. He didn't expect that in just a few days, Jin would be able to defeat at least some masters in the Jade Palace. Hearing that he won, Jin finally sighed in relief. Why, you may ask? That's because his stamina is almost depleted and he's afraid that if the fight continues, he would be thrashed by Master Tigress. He's already lucky that his weird technique managed to surprise Tigress, which is the reason why she's on the ground right now. I mean, have you ever seen any kung fu that hugs your opponent and delivers their heads on the ground while bending backwards, specifically in this world? Nope, Even Master Shifu surely didn't expect and know such a move, though Jin is not sure about Master Oogway. That old turtle must have seen all the kung fu that this world has to offer. I mean, he's known as the creator of kung fu for a reason. Tigress stood up and weakly glared at Jin before bowing slightly and left the training grounds. Seriously, I know that this is her personality, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. Jin thought to himself as the other furious five flocked over him and started barraging him with questions. Only Master Shifu watched Tigress with complicated eyes. He knew how much Tigress valued the title of Dragon Warrior and how many years of sweat and blood she worked just to reach the quality of being a Dragon Warrior, only for it to be stolen by someone who fell from the sky. I'm gonna need to have a talk with her. Master Shifu resolutely said to himself before leaving the ground and followed Tigress. Ha! Delivering blow after blows to a poor tree that is on the verge of breaking, this was the 10th tree that she's punching as Tigress's hands were once again bleeding like they always used to whenever she trains. Tigress! Hearing Master Shifu's voice, Tigress immediately stopped and turned around to face Master Shifu before bowing her head. Master! Raise your head, Tigress! Master Shifu said as he sat in the ground in a meditative position. I could see the unwillingness to accept Jin as the Dragon Warrior in your eyes. Master Shifu said, making Tigress look away in shame. I understand what you feel. I was also the same. To me, you deserve to be the Dragon Warrior. As he said those words, Tigress smiled happily. Being acknowledged by your master is a very great feeling. I asked Master Oogway towards this, and do you know what he said to me? Master Shifu said as Tigress raised her head and stared at him expectantly. He told me that nothing in this world is an accident. Which means everything happens for a reason. Master Shifu smiled, knowing that Tigress understands what he said, meaning Tigress is slowly becoming a wise person. Perhaps the title Dragon Warrior isn't destined for you but something even greater than the Dragon Warrior. Master Shifu said, and while speaking of this, he remembered that Master Oogway once told him that his former student, Tai Lung, will return. It is also the reason why they hastened the choosing of the Dragon Warrior. Is Jin ready to face Tai Lung? Master Shifu thought to himself, from what he has observed on Jin, he is indeed talented, but talent won't bring him nowhere if he didn't put in enough hard work. I guess I would have to train him myself. Master Shifu said to himself in confidence before standing up and speaking. I would take my leave first, may my words guide you, Tigress. As soon as he said that, a gust of wind blows across the area, forcing Tigress to cover her eyes due to the dust, and the moment she opens her eyes again, Master Shifu is already gone. There are no accident. Tigress looked at her bleeding hands and muttered before closing them into a fist. At night, Jin was wandering around the mountains while staring at the beautiful night sky. It's beautiful. Jin muttered while his eyes stayed glued at the night sky. Nature is such a beauty, isn't it? Suddenly, he hears an elderly voice behind him. What? I didn't even pick him up with my senses. Jin panicked as he quickly turned around and increased his guard up. No need to be on guard, I'm just an old turtle passing by. When his eyes finally saw the elderly voice, Jin was shocked to find out that it was Master Oogway. Why you Master Oogway? Jin suddenly resumed to his casual standing and immediately cupped his hands and bowed. I'm sorry about that. Jin then quickly apologized. If there is someone that Jin wouldn't provoke in this world, then that would be Master Oogway. The old turtle is such a mysterious figure that it makes Jin afraid of him. After all, humans always tend to be more fearful towards the unknown or something they can't control. Ah, no need to apologize. Apologies are like ripples on the surface of a pond, my fearless friend. They acknowledge the disturbance caused, but true peace lies in accepting what has transpired. There is no need for apology when one learns and grows from their actions. Remember, the past is in the past, and the present is an opportunity for change. Find harmony within yourself, and the world around you shall reflect it. Just like his usual self, Master Oogway would always find ways to give his advice and wise words to almost anyone. No need to go that far, I was just apologizing. Jin sweated a little bit as Master Oogway is really such a wise person. Come sit here, my friend. We have a long night to talk. Inner peace. Inside a dark spacious hall with only the moonlight giving little light to the spacious hall, Master Shifu was surrounded by lit candles while meditating. Flaps. Inner, in dot. Flaps. Would you quiet down? Master Shifu angrily scolded whoever was making the annoying sound. After a few seconds, Master Shifu went back to his inner peace meditation. Flap. Quack. Bam. Master Shifu sighed and stood up before turning around to face the one who kept disturbing him. Zhang. I assume you have some good news for me. Master Shifu happily said while scrubbing his small beard. Zhang was about to speak when he heard what Master Shifu said, so he hesitated a bit. Back to Jin, his eyes were glued to Master Oogway as the turtle was spreading his knowledge and teachings to Jin. Do you know why I chose you as the Dragon Warrior? Master Oogway said while giving him a wink, as if expecting Jin to ask him about it. Not wanting to disappoint the old turtle, Jin asked about it. Why? I'm glad you ask. Master Oogway smiled and closed his eyes as he spoke. The path of destiny is often shrouded in mystery, my young friend. The choice of a dragon warrior is not made lightly. It is not solely based on physical prowess or skill, but on the qualities that lie within one's heart. The dragon warrior is chosen for their potential to fulfill a greater purpose, to bring balance and harmony to the world. With his eyes still closed, Master Oogway spoke with tranquility and patience, showing the aura of a very wise person. You were chosen because you possess a unique combination of strength, compassion, and the capacity for growth. The seed of greatness resides within you, waiting to be nurtured and cultivated. It is not a matter of luck or happenstance, but rather a reflection of the potential I saw in you. Master Oogway then opened his eyes and turned around before pointing his pointy finger towards Jin's chest, exactly where heart resides. Remember, being the dragon warrior is not about being the strongest or the most skilled, but about embodying the virtues of discipline, courage, and selflessness. Embrace your journey, young one, and let your actions speak of your worthiness. With a smile, Master Oogway turns back around and faces the sacred peach tree of heavenly wisdom. This is not my destiny. I don't think I was made for this. Jin hesitantly said, according to his memories, it should be Po, who is the dragon warrior, not him. He's supposed to be just an extra, blending among the crowd like an obscurity. Life, my friend, is like a peach. It begins as a small seed, full of potential, and with time and care, it grows into something beautiful and fruitful. Just as the peach ripens with patience and nourishment, so does life unfold before us. Master Oogway then faced Jin once again. However, his next words struck Jin to his heart. Living two lives isn't that bad, you know. Master Oogway then flashed a mysterious smile. How did yo? Just when Jin was about to ask about it, Master Shifu's voice interrupted him. Master! Master! Running on the curvy path full of pebbles and stones, Master Shifu reached the area and found Master Oogway and Jin. However, Jin looks as if he's in a trance, so Shifu ignored him and reported to Master Oogway. I have brought very bad news. Ah, Shifu! There is only news, no good or bad. Still maintaining his wise personality, Master Oogway responded. Tai Lung has escaped. Master Shifu said with panic on his face. That is bad news. Master Oogway stopped his movements before acknowledging that it is indeed bad news. Dash underscore 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 underscore. Let's go, folks. How about we reach that 1000 power stones and give me a chance to make it to the top 10 rankings? I mean, most of the best fanfic authors resides in the top 10 PS ranking like a Kikan and Cornbringer, being among them would make me cry. PS, yes, I'm a fan of theirs. Chapter 10, CH10, Anxiety. You know I didn't expect to reach this far. And as I promised, I would publish a bonus chapter on Monday, and since we reached 1200 power stones, I wanted to make it 3 chapters on Monday. However, I would lose my stockpile chapters, so I'll give the other bonus chapter on Tuesday. So, expect 2 chapters on both Monday and Tuesday. And by next week, I would issue another challenge for bonus chapters. It might be another goal of reaching a specified power stones, or maybe reaching at least rank 5 in the power rankings. It depends if I manage to stockpile another set of chapters. Dash underscore 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 underscore. But you could just defeat him. Like you used to back then. Master Shifu spoke with vigor and excitement. It is not my destiny to defeat Tai Lung. Instead, it is his. Master Oogway responded before pointing at Jin, or at least where he was before, because he disappeared. The Dragon Warrior. Closing his eyes, Master Oogway corrected himself and continued. But Master! How? I need your help, Master. No, I could see that you believe Jin is capable of being the dragon warrior, now you just need that belief to grow. Jin is destined for greatness. You don't need my help, you just need to believe. Promise me, Shifu. Promise me that you will believe. As he spoke, the old turtle tried to stand straight as he slowly turned to face the night sky. I will, Master. Master Shifu looked down on the ground in contemplation. He also believes that Jin is indeed the best candidate for the Dragon Warrior, but he doesn't believe that Jin could defeat Tai Lung, and that is the reason why Master Shifu still wanted to rely on Master Oogway. You must continue your journey without me, Shifu. The old turtle smiled and said before carefully handing his cane to Master Shifu, who looked bewildered when he heard Master Oogway's words. His words could only mean one thing. No, you can't leave me, Master. Please, don't leave me. Master Shifu teared up and begged, and as if not hearing his shouts of pleading, Master Oogway was slowly lifted off the ground as the leaves of the cherry blossom slowly covered him. Master Shifu could do nothing except watch as Master Oogway slowly disappears from his vision. Jin's POV. I need to get out of here. How could that old turtle know about my past life? It's impossible, I clearly showed no signs of it. Jin thought to himself while running in a rocky terrain, trying his best to leave the place. It's not that he's a coward or something, but he feels like he's naked in front of Master Oogway, he could read him like an open book. You know, just before all this, Jin was just a normal human living a normal life before suddenly plunged into this world without any guide on what to do. He was only given a mission and some tools to help him along the way. Bam! You will not be leaving the Jade Palace. You will stay here and train before defeating Tai Lung. Master Shifu aggressively landed in front of him while assuming a kung fu stance. I'm leaving not because of Tai Lung but because the Dragon Warrior is supposed to be someone else, not me. Jin was still sticking to the fact that Po was supposed to be the Dragon Warrior and bear all the responsibilities that this world has to throw at him. And who do you think is worthy of the Dragon Warrior? Master Shifu asked while squinting his eyes. Jin stopped speaking as he realized that he's about to slip up and mention Po's name, which would make his situation more troublesome. It's already enough to have one guy to know about his past life, but two or more people knowing that he has a past life would be a major problem. Who do you think is more worthy, hey? Tell me. Tell me. Master Shifu yelled, causing Jin to yell back. I don't know. At this moment, Jin was having a type of anxiety called environmental anxiety. It is a specific type of anxiety that arises from being in an unfamiliar or unknown location where you may feel uncomfortable, unsafe, or uncertain about what to expect. At this time, Jin feels unsafe at being in this world. He wishes in his mind, hoping that he could go back to his world and that none of this ever happened. A/N, don't worry, this is just a small character development for him, since I always felt weird that some reincarnator protagonists in other fanfics would just randomly adapt to the world they were thrown into and didn't delve deeper into understanding a human's supposed reaction if he's thrown into a random world. I'm just putting more realism into his development, don't worry. This is just a phase where it would be gone in a few paragraphs. Just when Master Shifu was about to reply, the world suddenly came into halt. The birds in the sky were still in the air without moving an inch, and the same goes to the others. Confused by this, Jin just blinked for a moment before he found himself back in the white space, where he spent an unknown amount of time to acquire his gifts. Come sit. Turning to look at the source of the voice, Jin saw God was still sitting in his usual spot with a cup of tea in his hand. Just when Jin was about to speak, God beat him into it. You are afraid, correct? You are afraid that you will lose yourself as time goes on. Without even trying, God already knew what he was feeling inside. Master Oogway's words have reminded him that he doesn't live in that world, nor was he born naturally in that world. Suddenly being brought to a new world with a new identity and sense of uneasiness, Jin was scared at first, but as time went by, he was slowly adapting to the world until Master Oogway reminded him of his past life. Because of this, it caused Jin to overthink, and some wild thoughts kept popping inside his head. What if this is just a dream and he would wake up in his bed? What happened to his previous body? How about his friends? Did they know that he has left that world? Perhaps, in his previous world, Sam is already dead. Or thoughts like, is this really his body? What if he just possessed a random man's body? I understand your concerns, I truly do. Which is why I'm giving you a choice to give up and go back to your own world. I could just choose another one for this mission. God's words gave him light and hope, and just when he was about to take it, God spoke first. However, this will be the last time we'll ever see each other, since I would have to remove your memories of mine and everything that you've experienced. As his words fell on Jin's ears, he stopped for a bit and hesitation popped in on his mind. Meanwhile, his memories of Po's excitement when he accepted him as his disciple, Mr. Ping's kindness when he gave him a temporary home and a job, the Furious Five's acceptance of him, Master Shifu's dedication to train him and turn him into a dragon warrior, and lastly, Master Oogway's wisdom of words that touched his heart all came flooding in his mind as he realized that during these days that he stayed in the world, he has already formed precious memories with them. All of these memories flashed in his mind. I can't back out now. They're relying on me, the dragon warrior. Jin said to himself as God knowingly smiled. A/N, yes, it's cringe, but bear with me, this would only last in this chapter. Even if I tell them that Po is the true dragon warrior, nothing would have happened anyway. The moment I stepped foot in the Jade Palace, my destiny as the dragon warrior has been sealed shut. There's no turning back now. With resolution in his mind, Jin confidently turned his face to God. That's the spirit. With a smile, God then touched Jin's forehead and said, I'll give you a small gift. As soon as he said that, Jin found himself back in the real world. Meanwhile, God said to himself with an unknown smile plastered on his face. That's the angel I know. After a few seconds, time resumed and Master Shifu continued what he was shouting. See. Yo. I'll stay. Suddenly, Jin's personality suddenly took a sharp 180 degrees turn. From arguing to acceptance. Wait, what? Even Master Shifu was flabbergasted and the words that he's about to speak out for are trapped inside his throat. Perhaps he has mastered the way of the Dao and become similar to Master Oogway? Has he become a wise person like his master? Let's go back. We can't waste any more time. Jin said before turning around and started walking back to the Jade Palace. Master Shifu just dumbly stared at Jin's retreating back. That's it. He thought he would have to bring in the big guns just to convince Jin to stay. Looks like he has indeed become a wise person like his master. His words alone is enough to influence him. As Jin was walking back to his dorm room, he came across the dining table where the Furious Five were trying their best to cook while Monkey was doing nothing except from munching on some cookies and complaining. I'm hungry. Why do we have to cook when we could just buy some food outside the Jade Palace? Monkey complained as his cookies were starting to taste bland as he's always eating the same cookie for every single day. If only one of you took the time to learn how to cook, then we won't have to face this problem every day. Tigress said with her eyes closed. Well, at least we have some small crickets to eat. Mantis said while munching on some insects. Ugh, keep it to yourself, Mantis. Viper made a disgusted face before commenting. Bam! Suddenly, the sliding door was opened by none other than Jin, who was grinning from ear to ear. What's with the smile? Monkey pointed out. I heard you guys are hungry. Would you mind me inviting someone to cook for us? I assure you, he's a good cook. Dash underscore 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 underscore. I know that the whole ordeal was cringe AF, but it's just me practicing character development since I'm planning on writing my own novel by next year or something. Chapter 11, CH11, Po meets the Furious Five. If you're not into furry, now is the best time to leave, and no, it's not a lemon scene. Dash underscore 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 underscore. Sigh. While cleaning off the tables, Po sighed in sadness. He failed to make a great impression on the Furious Five, not to mention, even the greatest teacher in the entire Kung Fu, Master Shifu, also witnessed his embarrassing side. His fantasies of showing himself off to his idols all came crashing down. Ugh, Po, you're stupid. 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 Po kept bashing his head on the nearby wall before sighing. There's no use crying to it now, it has already happened. Po finally gave up and surrendered as he gathered all the used bowls and delivered them to the kitchen where his father, Ping, was washing the dishes. Thank you, Po. Ping thanked him as he grabbed the remaining dirty dishes. However, he caught a glimpse of Po's sad expression. What's wrong, Po? Ping expressed his concerns as he stopped washing the dishes. Nothing, it's just that, I wish I could be more than just a panda. As he spoke, the room seemed to echo with the weight of his sadness, making Ping remove his apron and approach Po before hugging him. You're already more than just a panda, my boy. You're the clumsiest, hungriest, and most lovable noodle stirrer in all of China. Mr. Ping cheerfully said, trying his best to improve Po's mood. And last but not the least, you are my son, Po. Mr. Ping then said as he looked at Po with warm and loving eyes, as despite their difference in race, Mr. Ping still treated Po like his real son. Sniff. Thanks, Dad. Po almost teared up, but wanting to be brave like a warrior, Po held it back and hugged his dad. I don't mean to eavesdrop, but that scene almost made me cry. While the father and son duo were having their moment, a voice suddenly interrupted them. Jin. Remembering Jin's voice, Mr. Ping already guessed their guest. Wait, Jin. When Po heard Mr. Ping's assumption, Po excitedly turned around, and he was right, it was indeed Jin who was standing before them. I just got back from the Jade Palace. I'm just here for someone. Jin said while scanning the area with his eyes. Nothing much happened around here except for a sudden influx of more customers. Probably due to the Furious Five and Master Shifu escorting the Dragon Warrior from here, which is him. Jin. Po stumbled a few times before finally reaching him and gave him a bear hug. Oof, nice to see you again, big guy. Jin felt himself being lifted from the ground by Po as he patted his back. Oh, sorry. Realizing Jin's dilemma, Po carefully brought him back down on the ground before apologizing while scratching the back of his head. It's fine, I actually have good news for you. Jin said with a knowing smile. Hey? Are you finally taking me as your student? Can I learn backflip? Oh, how about the flying dragon kick, kapow? Po jumped in excitement as he did various kung fu techniques that not only didn't suit him, but he also looked weird and funny. Haha, not yet, Po. Jin's answer removed the excitement on Po as he sadly fidgeted. Oh, I see. Sorry. However, I have something more than just that. You see, the Furious Five is quite hungry and none of them knows how to cook. So, I decided to invite a certain someone to serve as the Furious Five's chef from now on. Jin said while giving the hint to Po through his eyes. Oh. Is that what I think it is? Po got excited once again as he could finally meet his idols once again, and this time, he will make sure to show off. Yup, I'm here to invite you as the official chef of the Furious Five. And me, the Dragon Warrior. Jin cheekily said while patting Po's shoulder, which in truth was because Po was about to pass out, so he reached out for his shoulder to wake him up. You should tell Mr. Ping first, I'll wait here. Jin said before sitting on one of the available benches on the grounds. Meanwhile, Po went back to his home, and from the looks of it, Po was almost kneeling and begging for Mr. Ping to agree. But, what about our shop, Po? Didn't you dream of noodles? I thought you wanted this. Mr. Ping said with a little sadness in his tone. I'm sorry, Dad. But I want Kung Fu. And this is my only ticket to learn Kung Fu. Po still tried his best to convince Mr. Ping. For the next few conversations, Jin could tell that Mr. Ping was a little hesitant. However, he finally gave in with a single condition. Which is to always visit Mr. Ping every few weeks or days. Of course, Po immediately agreed and hugged Mr. Ping. More like he carried him in his arms, as Po was simply too big for Mr. Ping to hug. A few minutes later, Po was already standing in front of him with a large bag in his back. I'm ready. Po excitedly said as Jin nodded his head and gestured Po to follow him, who immediately followed, full of energy and vigor. In the middle of the night, a cry resounded across the valley. Oh no, stairs. A/N, it's all fun and games for Po until he faces the mighty stairs. It's been hours. Where is he? I'm dying of starvation. Viper complained while chewing on the piece of wood. Blag. I'm all out of cookies. Monkey muttered as he flipped the jar, hoping that some cookie will miraculously fall out of the hole. Meanwhile, Tigress just kept silent, however she couldn't hide her starvation when her stomach made a sound. Glurg. Thud. Did y'all miss me? I brought someone. Opening the sliding door, Jin appeared in a flamboyant manner and directly introduced Po. What's a panda doing here? Mantis asked. He'll be the one cooking for us tonight. Right, Po? Po. Noticing that Po wasn't responding, Jin turned around and saw that Po was on the ground looking at the Furious Five in almost worship. Seriously, just how big of a fan he is. Jin face-palmed himself. This is good. How come I haven't heard of you, Po? After waking up Po, he immediately went into cooking, and the moment the Furious Five tasted his cook, they started praising and complimenting him. Not bad. Tigress complimented in a few simple words while her eyes kept glancing at Jin, who was busy draining the soup off his bowl. Thanks. Me and my father are actually quite famous in the Valley of Peace, I have no idea why you haven't heard of us. Po shyly answered while placing down a few noodle bowls. They're busy training. Which is why they didn't bother going down to the Valley of Peace to have a break sometimes. After finishing his bowl, Jin grabbed another one and answered Po's question. Hey! We train to protect the Valley of Peace. We don't have time for things like that. Viper pouted and rebutted Jin's words. Verb. What? I'm correct, aren't I? How about this, after defeating Tai Lung, we go and have some fun, yeah? I'm sure Po here knows some places where we could have fun, right Po? Jin said after burping. Wait, what do you mean defeat, Tai Lung? I thought he was in prison. Monkey confusedly asked, the same goes to the others except for Jin, so they turned to look at Jin, as if asking for answers. Oh, Master Shifu didn't tell you yet. Jin realized that he had slipped up, however there's no turning back now and besides someone will tell them now. How about you tell them now, Master Shifu? Jin said while raising his head in the ceiling and closing his eyes. At first, they were confused when Jin suddenly moved his chair, revealing Master Shifu behind him, standing with a tall cane on his hand. Master! Is it true? Tigress stood and approached Master Shifu before asking for confirmation. Looking down on the ground, there was a tinge of regret on his face as he answered. Unfortunately, yes. Tai Lung has managed to escape his prison. In a few days, he would arrive at the Valley of Peace, perhaps even sooner. Master Shifu answered. Let us go, Master. This is what you trained us for. Tigress spoke with confidence in her voice. No, you cannot defeat him. You must evacuate the Valley of Peace while we still have enough time. During the remaining time, I'll try to train Jin and hope that he could at least reach the strength where he could help escape the Valley of Peace along with the citizens and all of you. Meanwhile, I will hold him as long as I can. Master Shifu resolutely said. Master, you're not thinking of. Yes, Tigress. This is all my fault. If only I had seen the darkness on his heart sooner than later, then perhaps all of this could be avoided, but alas, it has become my greatest regret in life. Master Shifu said with a sad tone as if an old man in his last breath. But now, I have decided to correct my mistakes. All of you go to bed now, you'll need the strength to evacuate the citizens tomorrow morning. But never defy your master's order. Go to bed. Master Shifu said before turning around to leave. Tigress just stared at this with a complicated look in her eyes. Meanwhile, Monkey and the rest of the Furious Five all went back to their rooms, leaving Po, Jin, and Tigress in the dining room. I don't think I should be here? I should probably also go to sleep, hee. Po nervously scratched the back of his head before silently leaving. Jin just stared at Tigress, who was clenching her fist. Scared? Jin said, startling Tigress. What? What do you mean by that? Of course not. Tigress stuttered at first before fixing herself and spoke with confidence. I know. I was just asking. After all, I'm sure someone like you can defeat anyone except me. Jin arrogantly said while shrugging his shoulders. Oh really? You only got lucky last time. This time, I'll make sure you won't stand a chance against me. Tigress cast a smirk while speaking. Well, I must admit, your confidence is incredibly attractive. But I should warn you, once you wake up this beast, he would ravage you all night. Jin playfully smirked as he whispered in her ears before blowing into it after he finished his words. A/N, is this how you riz someone? So fucking hard. I don't even know if I did it right. In fact, I don't know if that's a riz or not. Dash underscore 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 underscore. Chapter 12, Ch12, the training arc begins. I see, you guys didn't like my harassment in the previous chapter lol. I also saw that some of you are still confused about the bonus chapters. I repeat, the bonus chapters would be published by Monday and Tuesday next week. Dash underscore 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 underscore. The morning sun arrived and Jin was already packing his bag. Are you leaving? Leaning on his sliding door frame, Tigress finally took the initiative to talk to him. Jin can't help but feel that they're much closer than ever, after last night's encounter. Yet. What, you gonna miss me? Jin teased, making Tigress look to the side in embarrassment. Tisk, who's gonna miss you? As she said that, she cannot handle the embarrassment and immediately left him alone. Weird, I'm not into furry but there's something stirring inside of me. Jin thought to himself as he finished packing and directly left the Jade Palace along with Master Shifu. For 3 days and 3 nights, both of them traveled very far. During this time, Jin is not idling, he's actually training whenever they rest. Thanks to this, Jin has already achieved 32% of Jin's template, making him more strong than the last time. However, as Jin notices, the higher the percentage, the harder it is to increase it. Previously, whenever Jin woke up the percentage would increase by at least 5 to 10% depending on his training, however when it reached around 30% it suddenly went from 5 to 10% a day to 3 to 5% a day. And no matter how hard Jin trains, he's still having a hard time increasing the template percentage. Master Shifu noticed his fast growth and couldn't help but find hope that perhaps, there's a chance that Jin would be able to defeat Tai Lung. We've finally arrived. Master Shifu said while staring at the rising sun in the east. Okay then, so what are we gonna do now? Jin asked while wiping off the sweat on his forehead. Master Shifu turns to him and smirks. We train. And there goes his answer to his question. For the next few days, Jin and Master Shifu trained with each other. Up, down, up, down. In the vast green land, Master Shifu was pointing a long stick at him while guiding him to push up. Normally, this would have been so easy if it wasn't for the fact that there's a scorching coal underneath his chest. That means, if he goes too low, he would have burned himself. Sounds easy, right? Well, there's a reason why Master Shifu is pointing a stick at him. This stick will measure how high his push-up is. If his head or back touched the stick, Master Shifu would smash the stick on him, making him almost stumble to the ground. The worst part is because the scorching coal is releasing some heat, so Jin could feel the burn on his chest. Fuck. How come Po didn't train like this? Could it be that the movie just didn't show it, or because Master Shifu knows that Po could only be encouraged to train by food, so he used it to his advantage to train Po? Jin complained inside his mind as Master Shifu seemed to be satisfied by his performance. Up, down, up, down. Up, up, up. Bam. Bam. You punch like a child. Master Shifu scolds him, as Jin was punching a huge boulder in front of him. There were some small cracks on the boulder, however, it looks tiny compared to the size of the boulder itself. The boulder was almost as big as an entire village. How does such a boulder even exist in this world? Did some golem decided to take a shit here? Should I use 1-inch punch? But I don't know how to use it. Jin growled in annoyance. How many times he wished he could have gotten martial law. At least with martial law's template, he could have broken this boulder with the famous 1-inch punch. Use your breathing. Not everything can be destroyed by force alone. Use the wind to your advantage, breathe in and out. Focus. Master Shifu pointed out as Jin closed his eyes and assumed a proper stance. He tried to feel where the wind was and he could feel it traveling towards north. Yes, Fuhu. Just like what Master Shifu is telling him, Jin breathed in and breathed out. At the same time, he could finally feel the wind slamming not only against the boulder but also to his body. Remember Jin, the wind is your friend. You do what it wants, it will do what you want. Just focus. Master Shifu whispered. It only took a moment before Jin finally released his last breath and instantly struck the boulder. This time, he could feel a change in his punch. It feels faster and stronger than before. The wind is helping him. Although the wind seems to be a bit weak compared to force, there is something in the wind that could make his punch faster and stronger. Unfortunately Jin can't put a finger on it. Bam! This time, as Jin's fist collided with the boulder, nothing seems to happen at first. From the looks of it, the cracks in the boulder didn't even move. Just when Jin thought that he had failed once more, the cracks that remained still finally started spreading across the entire boulder, and not only that, more cracks also appeared in other parts of the boulder, slowly covering the entire boulder. Jin immediately backed away and stared wide-eyed at this amazing sight. The cracks were like ants, covering almost the entire boulder before eventually turning the boulder into pieces. Clack! Unlike what he expected where the boulder will explode due to his punch or something, however, it just suddenly crumbles like a dust, except that it is a boulder instead of a dust. Great job! I didn't expect your talents to be this strong, Jin. What you have just done is only master like me could do. The internal strike technique. A technique which was developed by Master Oogway himself and was later on passed down to me. Master Shifu excitedly said before continuing. Unfortunately, Tigress and the others can't grasp the technique. Either they were too impatient or lacked the arms to do it. At first, I thought Tigress would be able to master it, but she seems to hold a tight belief that everything can be solved just by sheer strength alone. Sometimes, you need to use the environment to your advantage. Just like what you did here. You used the wind to break the boulder. Master Shifu closed his eyes as if he was in a state of relief while complimenting him and his talents. I'm not gonna lie, that was fucking awesome. Excitement filled Jin's face as he stared at his own fist, as if not believing that he was the one who destroyed the large boulder. Seeing this, Master Shifu was smug. I'm such a great teacher. Just like that, Master Shifu continued training Jin, until he deemed him worthy for the final test. Are you ready for your final test? Master Shifu squinted his eyes while speaking to Jin. I am born ready, Master. With a smile, Jin answered Master Shifu's provocation. Good. You just need to steal this bell from me. Sounds easy enough, right? Master Shifu said bluntly while raising a small golden bell that is attached to his robe. Sounds easy your ass. If it was someone else other than Master Oogway holding the bell, it would become easy. Jin can't help but complain inside his mind. However, he knew the consequences if he complained out loud. You may start anytime. Master Shifu said while sitting on the ground without any care. As if not seeing Jin as a threat to him. Of course, this irked Jin a bit. He has pride not only as a Kung Fu master but also because of his template Jin Kazama. During this training arc, Jin noticed that he's slowly adapting to Jin Kazama's personality, though it's not that troublesome to him unless Jin is a bad guy who likes to kill or something. Assuming his Jin Kazama style stance, Jin confidently approaches Master Shifu while directing his hand towards the golden bell that is dangling on Master Shifu's robe. With a quick movement, Master Shifu not only avoided him, but also used his outstretched hand as a stepping stone to step on his head and do a backflip before landing on the ground behind him. Too slow. Master Shifu mocked as he continued. What? Can't catch up with a little old man like me. I guess I trained you for nothing. Master Shifu then shook his head in disappointment. Jin's face twitched before stomping on the ground, forming clouds of dust on the surroundings, temporarily blinding Master Shifu. Using the environment to your advantage. I guess you learned something from my teachings. Master Shifu nodded his head in approval as he slightly tilted his head to avoid Jin's outstretched kick. As if expecting this, Jin's kick suddenly blurred out before another kick appeared on the other side of Master Shifu. That was fast. Shocked by the sudden events, Master Shifu was forced to use his hand to block Jin's kick. Bam! Ugh, Jin's strength is too strong. This is one of his advantages. His strength should be at least on par with Tai Lung. Master Shifu thought to himself as he used Jin's kick to propel himself from the ground and landed a few meters away from Jin at the same time, giving himself enough space to react just in case Jin attacked him once again. Behind you! Hearing a shout, Master Shifu suddenly turned around and saw no one. Haha! You fell for the old trick. Surprised, Jin turns out to have used such a tactic to make him turn around while attacking him from behind. I underestimated this boy. Though I'm surprised I fell from such an old trick. Sigh, Master Oogway must have been laughing at me by now. Master Shifu embarrassingly said to himself as Jin appeared behind him and was about to grab him by the neck. You are far too slow. Master Shifu then spun his cane from behind, blocking Jin's hand. At least I'm not using a weapon. Jin sneered as Master Shifu rebutted. Who said about not using any weapons? Did I imply a rule that forbade using a weapon? You have a point. Jin stopped in his tracks and agreed to what he said. Well then, don't blame me. Once again stomping his feet on the ground, a cloud of dust formed again, making Master Shifu grumble slightly. This tactic again? I'm slowly reading your patterns, Jin. In battle you should use a tactic once not twice. Master Shifu advises him. Don't worry, it will be different this time. Suddenly, Master Shifu heard a swishing sound. Perking his ears, Master Shifu suddenly saw a fast blur speeding towards him. Spinning his staff, Master Shifu blocked the incoming pebble. However, before he could take some time to rest, a barrage of pebbles with the same speed suddenly came flying towards him. I shouldn't have told him that weapons are allowed. Master Shifu sighed and said to himself with regret. Who knew that Jin would really use his teachings to heart and use his environment to his advantage? I'll publish a poll on Patreon for the plans on the next world and the next template Jin would get. I'm also planning on letting Jin keep the name instead of changing it whenever he gets a new template. Chapter 13, Ch 13, Tai Lung. I remember that I didn't state his age yet, so some of you just assumed he's a teen. Well, you guys are wrong. Y'all should have considered that he already has a career, so he's no teen anymore. Jin is actually around 25 instead of 16 like most of you assumed. Dash underscore 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 underscore. After a barrage of pebbles, Master Shifu was already breathing heavily. Despite being a master, he still has his limits, and not to mention, he's already old, unlike his prime self. What? Exhausted? Jin mocked him while slowly marching towards him with pebble on his hand. This brat. Master Shifu's eye twitches before finally deciding to end this battle with a technique that Jin probably doesn't know. Fine. Let's finish this, brat. Stabbing his cane on the ground to his side, Master Shifu assumed a challenging stance to Jin. All right, you asked for it. Shrugging his shoulders, Jin flicked the pebble on his hand to Master Shifu. Breathing heavily, Master Shifu closed his eyes and imagined the pebble as a water drop. Whoosh! As soon as he heard the sound of the speeding pebble, Master Shifu opened his eyes and smoothly grabbed the speeding pebble and quickly moved his body to transfer the direction of the pebble straight on the ground. Bam! In Jin's eyes, Master Shifu just caught the pebble on his hand and slowly did a bunch of movements that slowly guided the pebble throughout his body before finally releasing it on the ground. That move looks familiar. Jin squinted his eyes on the technique and can't help but feel some sense of familiarity on it. Let's stop the fight here, you have passed, Jin. Master Shifu stood straight before speaking with pride in his voice. Jin also wanted to stop the fight, or else he might meet Master Shifu's wuxi finger hold. Right now, the most fearsome word in this world is skadoosh, word. Before we head back, I have something for you. Master Shifu then grabbed his large bag while Jin tilted his head in confusion, but still, he didn't interrupt Master Shifu. I think you are now worthy of the Dragon Warrior. Master Shifu said before bringing out a pair of sandals with a familiar pants underneath it. Jin widened his eyes in surprise, as this was the attire that he requested the moment he joined. When do you think they will come back? Monkey asked while dangling on a tree branch using only his tail. I have no idea. Thankfully, we already managed to evacuate the citizens of Valley to another side of the mountain. Now, Tai Lung will only meet nothing but us. Mantis confidently said with a smug tone. Didn't Master say that we should join the citizens on evacuating? We're going against his order by staying back. Viper worriedly said. It doesn't matter anymore. Any minute now, Tai Lung will arrive and we don't know when Master Shifu will be back, so in the meantime, we must protect the valley and the Jade Palace from his wrath. Tigress said while leaning on a pillar with closed eyes. Guys. Maybe you should consider looking at that. Crane squinted his eyes at the distance, down at the valley, since the Jade Palace is built on top of a mountain, while pointing with his feathered wing. All of the Furious Five immediately turned their heads at where Crane was pointing to. Across the distance, they saw a silhouette walking slowly towards them, more specifically, the Jade Palace. I'm sure we've already evacuated everyone. So, that can't be a citizen of the valley. That means... Mantis slowly came to a conclusion, leading to only one answer. Tai Lung. They all shouted in unison. I didn't expect he'd arrive while Master Shifu is not here. Viper said in shock. However, while the others were shocked, Tigress's expression was different. She was smiling. A smile that contains confidence in not only her strength but also that she could defeat Tai Lung without the need of the Dragon Warrior. There's only one way to find out. Tigress said to herself with a smirk before dashing off, surprising the Furious Five. Tigress! Where are you going? Viper called with panic on her voice. You can't be thinking of facing him alone. Mantis added in. Tigress stopped in her tracks and faced the Furious Five again, then said. I have to. After that, she resumed her pace and started descending the stairs. Turning to one another, the Furious Five seemed as if they mentally spoke to each other through eye contact before nodding their heads with resolution. Let's go. Monkey grabbed his staff before descending the stairs, followed by the rest of the Furious Five while Crane took up the air. There is nothing in their eyes except confidence and courage, not fearing Tai Lung. It seems like they have expected my arrival. The valley is desolate. Searching around, Tai Lung found no signs of life. Sniff. Suddenly, he sniffed and turned his eyes at the Jade Palace, specifically on the stairs where a furious tigress was glaring at her. Haha, it looks like Shifu prepared quite a greeting for me. Tai Lung grinned as tigress jumped from the stairs and landed gracefully in front of him. Surrender now, Tai Lung. You won't get past me. Tigress confidently said while assuming a stance. Thud, X4. Us. Mantid corrected her as they all landed in front of Tai Lung, side by side with Tigress. Ha 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 ha. Is this Shifu's new students? I'm very disappointed. How about you all step aside and let me face the Dragon Warrior? Tai Lung arrogantly said before continuing. How do you know you are not looking at her? Tigress said, a bit annoyed that she's not recognized as the Dragon Warrior. You? The Dragon Warrior? Ha ha ha, oh please. I heard he came from the sky under a bowl of fire. Striking down on the ground as the flames of fury welcome him. Tai Lung exaggerated as he even closed his fist, as if welcoming a challenge. Jin. Tigress can't help but utter his name. So, that's his name. Jin. Tai Lung seemed to memorize the name for a bit before he continued. Finally, a worthy opponent. Our battle will be legendary. Tai Lung yelled on the top of his lungs as he raised his fist. Having enough of his rants, Tigress decided to strike first. Rat. Running forward, Tigress extends her arm, trying to grab Tai Lung on his shoulder. However, Tai Lung was fast to react and immediately countered her by grabbing her wrist first and delivering a kick towards her unguarded head. Unfortunately for him, Monkey and the rest aren't just for show, as the moment Tigress made a move, they were already on guard, so the moment they saw Tai Lung attacking, they immediately sprung into action. Bam! Blocking his kick with his staff, Tigress managed to free herself from Tai Lung's grasp and immediately crouched down while sliding her feet through on the ground, forcing Tai Lung to step back a little. However, that was enough for Crane to attack him in the air, surprising him slightly. Unfortunately, Tai Lung was flexible and managed to grab Crane's legs before slamming him on the ground, breaking the cement. Oh, not again! Crane uttered as he remembered that he was also treated like this when he first sparred with Jin. Taking the opportunity that he was distracted on Crane, Tigress roared once again and tried to deliver a punch to Tai Lung's head. However, he was fast enough to react to parry her attack, and so, they both exchanged blows after blows while the rest of the Furious Five were trying their best to assist her. From the looks of it, they were at the disadvantage, as Tai Lung not only managed to parry all of their attacks, but also successfully counterattack then, forcing them in a tight situation. Luckily, Tigress managed to land a devastating blow on Tai Lung's chest. Just when Tigress thought that she finally hurt Tai Lung, he surprised her by simply patting his chest, treating her attack as nothing like an air. Strong, but not strong enough. Looks like Shifu didn't teach you everything. Having enough of the unnecessary fight, Tai Lung decided to finish this. After all, he needed to preserve his stamina so he could still fight the Dragon Warrior. Folding all of his fingers, except for his middle and index finger which are partially folded, Tai Lung struck Monkey first, then followed by the rest of the Furious Five. Just as it was Tigress's turn, Tai Lung suddenly heard a sound coming up from above him. Knowing that he's about to be ambushed, Tai Lung tried to step aside. However, it was already too late for him as Master Shifu arrived in time and was about to strike his head. Knowing that he can't dodge, Tai Lung simply crossed his arms, protecting his head from the upcoming blow. He's confident enough on his own defenses. Bam! True to his thoughts, Tai Lung has successfully defended himself from Master Shifu's kick. Trying to counterattack, Tai Lung raised his arms and tried to smack Master Shifu. Unfortunately, he was too fast for him as he backflipped and landed on the ground, right in front of the heavily injured Tigress and the paralyzed Furious Five. Shifu, coming here to save your students. Tai Lung mocked as he continued in a high-volume voice. When you didn't even think of saving your first student. Tai Lung, I will not let you cause any more chaos. I will stop you right here and right now. Master Shifu said in an unwavering tone. Stop me? You failed to stop me last time, do you think it will change now? Admit it, Shifu, you're weak. You can't even handle protecting your own student just because some old turtle tells you so. Tai Lung said in an angry tone. From the looks of his face, you could clearly tell that he's been carrying this anger and letting them grow as time passes. Today, I'll end you and the entire Jade Palace. I'll make you regret not choosing me back then. Tai Lung yelled and was about to snap at Master Shifu when a voice suddenly interrupted him. Are you sure about that? Chapter 14, ch 14, Jin vs Tai Lung. Here's the promised bonus chapter, enjoy. And here's a new challenge for y'all if you want another bonus chapter next week. It's actually easy, help me reach in the top 5 before the end of the week. It's fine if it falls back to the top 6 and such, but before the week ends, the fanfic must be among the top 5. Sounds easy, right? Gonbut. Dash underscore 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 underscore. Turning his head, Tai Lung squinted his eyes at the stranger that interrupted his and Shifu's fight. And who are you supposed to be? Tai Lung asked in interest. Aren't you looking for the dragon warrior? Well, guess what? You're looking at him now. Jin said with a wink, making Tai Lung roll in disgust, thinking that it was weird for Jin to wink at him. Alas, what he didn't know was Jin wasn't winking at him, but to Tigress, who looked away with a tinge of redness on her cheeks. Master Shifu saw this small interaction and couldn't help but sigh. I swear I didn't teach them to tease each other, but oh well. That's youth. Master Shifu shook his head, as if remembering a certain lover that he used to have in the past. Meanwhile, Tai Lung was looking at Jin, up and down as if sizing him up. Geez dude, I'm not into men. Jin shivered and covered his private parts, while looking at Tai Lung like he was some kind of child predator. What? No, I'm just curious on what kind of animal species you are? Throughout my entire life, I haven't seen a single one of your kind. Tai Lung immediately refuted him and explained, making Tigress and Jin laugh at him while Master Shifu just chuckled lightly. The tense atmosphere was now gone, and was replaced with a humorous and heartfelt one. It was as if they weren't fearing Tai Lung just a few moments ago. Hearing the laughs and chuckles, Tai Lung can't help but growl in anger. He knew that he was being played with. Roar! Sparing no time, Tai Lung snapped towards Jin. Watch out! Tigress yelled at him in worry. Fwoosh! Bang! Surprisingly, Jin parried Tai Lung's strike before countering with his own. Tai Lung did the same and managed to parry his attack. However, Jin's strength was too much for him, making Tai Lung's arm numb. Tai Lung noticed this, however, he just thought that Jin was using all of his strength at the start and will soon get tired faster than him, so he kept exchanging blow after blows with Jin, and no matter how many punches he faced, Tai Lung still resisted, thinking that Jin will exhaust himself soon. Bam! Punching Tai Lung straight in the face, he was thrown away and pierced through wall after wall until he finally stopped. Tai Lung growled as he stepped outside the hole with a haggard look. That one hurts, I commend you. However, I can tell you're exhausted, aren't you? Tai Lung said to him while adjusting his broken jaw. While Jin was still maintaining his strong persona. Actually, what Tai Lung said was actually the truth. Jin was almost exhausted at this point, which is why he used his everything to punch Tai Lung on the face. Who would have thought that Tai Lung would not only resist and still stand despite the punch? It's time for me to finish this off, and soon, you master and the rest of you will perish under my hands. Tai Lung confidently said before dropping on all fours and started running towards Jin. Knowing that Tai Lung will probably use his paralyzing technique. Jin isn't Po who could just use his belly to blast Tai Lung up in the air. Closing his eyes, Jin focused on his surroundings, feeling the air while his ears perked up at the sound of Tai Lung's paws running on the ground. Exhaling, Jin finally opened his eyes just in time for Tai Lung to arrive in front of him. His hand formed into a fist as he stretched out his arm towards Tai Lung's shoulder. Maybe I should name this Mo. Jin didn't even manage to finish his sentence when Tai Lung punched him on the chest. Bam! Thud! Was the last thing that was on Jin's mind before he fell on the ground. As he was falling on the ground, everyone stared in shock at Jin landing on the ground without moving an inch, except for a few twitches on the other parts of his body. Tai Lung laughed to himself while Master Shifu couldn't help but slap his forehead while cursing Jin inside his mind. Why are you using that technique at such a critical time? Tigress, carry him and bring the rest out of the valley. I'll buy you enough time. However, Master Shifu can't stay idle and immediately gave out orders to Tigress. Anxious, Tigress could do nothing but lift Monkey and the others. However, due to this, there was no space left for Jin. Just when Tigress was worrying about this, Jin soon started twitching from different places before lifting his head, as if he just woke up from a deep sleep. Damn, being paralyzed doesn't feel good. Jin uttered before finally feeling his limbs. Meanwhile, Tai Lung and the rest just stared at him in shock. Impossible. Master Shifu muttered in surprise. It takes at least 2 to 5 hours for someone to move again after being paralyzed by the paralyzing technique unless someone like Master Shifu removes the paralyzation technique, and here, Jin starts moving again in just a minute. Impossible. He must have gotten the power of the Dragon Scroll. Even Tai Lung muttered in shock before turning into anger. What are you guys staring at? Standing up, Jin stretched his body before noticing that he was being stared at by Tai Lung, Master Shifu, and Tigress. Is there something on my face? Jin raised his eyebrow and tilted his head while touching his face. This is impossible. Raya. Tai Lung's blood boiled in anger as this time, he didn't drop in all fours but instead, used his 2 feet to run towards him, intending to do the same paralyzing technique. Knowing how dangerous this technique is, Jin isn't an idiot to let himself hit for the second time, so he dodged his paralyzing strike this time and copied what he did. He closed his fingers except for his index and middle finger, which are only partially closed, before hitting Tai Lung on his chest. Bam! Ok! Surprisingly, Jin succeeded as Tai Lung fell on the ground without moving an inch, similar to his state earlier. However, as Jin was simply still a beginner, Tai Lung could still move half of his body. Right now, there's only one thing that is on Tai Lung's mind. Run! I need to escape here. Who the hell is this monster? He managed to copy my paralyzing technique, which took me 10 years to master under Shifu's guidance. And he only learned it by seeing it once. It was the only thing that was running on Tai Lung's mind as he used his half-unparalyzed body to crawl with everything he got. Where are you going, kitty? Seeing that he got the upper hand now, Jin started calling him name. As much as Tai Lung wanted to get mad at Jin, unfortunately he's not dumb, as he saw his situation is at a disadvantage, so his only focus right now is to escape. However, will Jin allow him to escape? After all, he humiliated him earlier in front of his master and Tigress by paralyzing him. He doesn't know how he recovered so quickly, however, he has some speculations that it must be related to Jin's template or his angel bloodline that he hasn't seen yet. Maybe my angel bloodline is dormant. It needs some kind of trigger. Jin said to himself as he watched Tai Lung doing his best to escape. Nope. You ain't going anywhere. Jin said as he approached the limping Tai Lung and grabbed his tail. Mew. Instead of a roar, Tai Lung meowed like a kitten, making Jin laugh his ass off. Ah ha 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 ha. After laughing for a few more seconds, Jin heard a slight cough from his side. Turning to his side, he saw that Master Shifu was looking at him along with the Furious Five. Oh, hey guys. I see that you're all finally well. Jin greeted them while his hand was still gripping on Tai Lung's tail. So, should we send him back to prison? Monkey asked while looking at the tied-up Tai Lung, who is staring at the sky with a bewildered expression, as if not believing that he was defeated the one he coveted the most, the Dragon Warrior. No prison could hold Tai Lung. Tigress refuted him while staring daggers at Tai Lung. Her belief that she could defeat Tai Lung has been shattered. She's right, so should we kill him? Jin suggested, making everyone, even Tai Lung who was staring dumbfounded at the ceiling, to him. What? Jin asked, not knowing if he said something wrong. Jin, you might not know this yet, but in the world of Kung Fu, killing is frowned upon. Which is why we sent Tai Lung to prison instead of killing him. Because Master Oagway believes that only our destiny has the rights to end our lives, be it an aging or an accident. Master Shifu said as he caressed his beard while thinking about something. Maybe we could send him to the spirit world. Master Shifu said, making Tai Lung stare at him in fear. No. Master. Please, don't send me there. I beg you. Instead of calling him Shifu like the usual, Tai Lung added the word master, trying to use his status as his former student for begging. The audacity of you to call Master Shifu as your master. Know your place, trash. Tigress angrily said while threatening to snap his bones right now. Calm down, Tigress. Remember, anger makes you look old. You don't want your dear face to form wrinkles and doof. Just when Jin was about to tease Tigress, her face scowled and tried to elbow him on his stomach. Fortunately, Jin's stomach managed to endure the elbow, but still, Jin could feel a slight pain as he complained inside his mind. This is unfair. How come when those harem protagonists teased girls, they received a blush, but why did I receive an elbow instead? dash underscore 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 underscore. So, the voting in the Patreon is done. In his next world, which is the frozen/tangled world, Jin would receive Iroh as template. However, I decided not to change his name anymore. I mean, imagine having sex and his woman calling him Iroh. I can't imagine such a thing. So, he'll stay as Jin with his true name being Sam, similar to how devils have their true name. Also, recommend some more worlds and which should be the woman there. You can visit my Patreon to read 10 advanced chapters, and if you want to support me, www.patreon.com/slimesage, don't forget to change at to a comment. 35 comments. Vote. Chapter 15, ch15, Apprentice. Guys, just a question. Can rubbing alcohol on the monitor screen cause stuck pixels? Please help me, because ever since I used alcohol and tissue to clean my monitor screen, there have been some stuck pixels on the screen that come in different forms such as lines and dots. Please tell me how to fix it, or if it is really a stuck pixel caused due to alcohol. Dash underscore 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 underscore. A few weeks have passed since the matter with Tai Lung. Peace once again ensued in the Valley of Peace. News about the Dragon Warrior defeating the evil Tai Lung spreads throughout the entirety of China, making Jin's name known by almost everyone. After all, in the world of Kung Fu, the title of Dragon Warrior is viewed highly by everyone and considered that only the strongest in the world of Kung Fu can rightfully be called the Dragon Warrior. Some Kung Fu masters sent their heartfelt congratulations to Jin, and some wished to have a spar with him if they met sometime. Unfortunately, Jin would avoid them at all cost. After all, there's no point to him in establishing relations in other masters. Sure, he could have allies, but since when did he need such allies when he already has the Furious Five and Master Shifu? Ha! X10. In a forest full of lush green trees and grasses, Tigress can be seen punching a big boulder in front of her, while on the tree a few meters beside her, Jin was sleeping on an outstretched branch. What's the point of all this? I've been punching this boulder for days and I still don't see the purpose of all this. Tigress complained to him with ragged breaths, as it's been a few days since Jin offered to help her learn the technique that Master Shifu was supposed to teach them, but they failed to master. According to Jin, she just needs to feel the course of the wind and let it guide her strikes. How am I supposed to let the wind guide my punch? It's not even that strong to help me. Tigress complained to herself. You're not listening to me, Tigress. The technique is best suited for individuals like us. How come you're still having the trouble to master it? Jin opened his eyes to respond to Tigress's complaint with a lazy expression. It's not my fault that you're so talented that you don't even have to work hard like I do. I'm out of this. I'd rather have Master Shifu teach me in Kung Fu, unlike someone who has been blessed from the start and doesn't experience hard work. Tigress finally snapped before walking away, leaving Jin alone in the forest, speechless at her sudden outburst. Did I go too hard on her? Or perhaps she was right, I was so reliant on my Jin template that I didn't even experience hard work. Jin started contemplating what Tigress said before she left, and when he finally did, he couldn't help but think that Tigress was right. Because of the template, he didn't bother to experience hardships such as training for several years just to become a master, and many more. Sigh, I should go and apologize to her. I also think I was too harsh in teaching her earlier, maybe I should practice on that first. After that, Jin jumped off the branch and landed on the ground gracefully, perks of being almost superhuman. Running back to the Valley of Peace, Jin arrived at Mr. Ping's noodle shop, and he could clearly tell that the shop is much more bustling than ever. Po was busy serving the customers, so he decided to quietly sit in one of the available tables. Since it is Po's vacation, he took his time to visit his father and help in the shop. Jin can't help but applaud Po's dedication in helping his father instead of using his vacation time to enjoy himself or train in Kung Fu. What a filial son! Jin muttered to himself. As if having a panda senses, Po immediately turned around to face his table after placing the bowls on the table he was serving. Jin! Po yelled his name in surprise as he immediately started running towards him. During the run, Po kept tumbling upon the other tables. He even almost accidentally squished a poor rabbit with his belly and the chair that the bunny was sitting on. Oop, sorry. Coming through. Excuse me, please. After stumbling on almost every customer in the shop, Po finally reached Jin as he breathed heavily. Huff, huff. Jin. I'm glad you're here. I've been dying to learn Kung Fu. But the Furious Five always tells me to cook instead of training them. Po scratched his head in embarrassment before continuing. So, I thought that maybe you could train me instead? Don't worry, I'll diligently learn and not slack off. Po then shyly requested as Jin can't help but raise his eyebrows, when he heard Po. Is this what Po would have been treated in the Jade Palace if he wasn't the Dragon Warrior? Poor Po. Meanwhile, Po kept glancing at Jin's face while fiddling with his fingers, hoping that Jin would agree to his request. However, when he saw Jin was raising his eyebrows and looking at him in pity, Po thought that Jin would have refused him, and just when he was about to sigh in sadness, he heard Jin speak. Sure, I'll train you. After all, I promised you that, right? Jin said with a smile, making Po beam up and jump in excitement. Boing! Clank, x3. As if there was an earthquake, the tables and everything on top of the table shook slightly after Po's jump. The customers immediately held on the bowls and table as if their life depended on it. Po, calm down. Even Jin has to hold his table as it suddenly loses balance. Realizing what he did, Po went back to his usual shy self and apologized to the customers. But first, I'm quite hungry, Po. Mind giving me your shop's best selling? Jin said while crossing his fingers between each other. Oh we only serve noodles and noodle soup here. So, I'll just bring you a bowl of noodles. Po once again got embarrassed and scratched his head before leaving in a hurry. Chuckling at this, Jin noticed that the nearby customers were whispering to each other while pointing at him excitedly. Deciding to wave at them, the customers immediately squealed and someone even fainted on the spot. Jesus, is this how celebrities feel whenever their fans are around them? I wonder why some of them hated having fans. As Jin wondered to himself, his bowl of noodles finally arrived. It didn't even take a minute before Po went back to his table with his noodles. Here you go. Placing down the bowls on the table, Jin started eating after thanking Po. Sigh, I'll never get over the noodles. Although I already tasted these noodles back on the Jade Palace, it's kind of addicting that I'll never get over it. After a few minutes, Jin finally finished and he was now wiping his mouth with a napkin. Before paying with a few coins, Jin told Po to meet him at the training place in the Jade Palace after his vacation. Nodding eagerly, Po went and cleaned his table while bringing his bowls and chopsticks to God knows when, because Jin didn't see him leaving the bowls and chopsticks to the kitchen and instead, he brought it upstairs. Is he gonna put it on display or something? I underestimated how much of a fan he is in Kung Fu, especially the Dragon Warrior. Jin chuckled to himself as he started walking back to the Jade Palace. However, he stopped in his tracks soon when he realized one thing that he missed. Oh right, I haven't opened the Dragon Scroll yet, right? Maybe I should ask Master Shifu about it. With a goal in his mind, Jin resumed his journey back to the Jade Palace. Fucking stairs, if only I'm smart, I'd invent an escalator in this world. Jin said after having a fight with the infamous stairs to the Jade Palace. Even though it's nothing to someone like Jin, however, it's still annoying, especially to Jin who is used to things such as escalators or elevators. After getting over the stairs, Jin was about to enter the Jade Palace when his senses suddenly warned him of an incoming projectile. Stepping back, Jin saw that a one-handed shirt blade just passed over him. If he didn't dodge in time, his head would have been decapitated. However, Jin's expression was different, as instead of being shocked, he just sighed. Seriously, this kind of training again? Master Shifu really wanted me to live up to my name as the Dragon Warrior, hey. As Jin said to himself, Master Shifu appeared walking out of the shadows with a satisfied expression on his face. Good job, Jin. Never let you guard down, even if you are in a place where you feel safe. You never know when an enemy will suddenly ambush you. Jin's mouth twitched at the sight of Master Shifu caressing his beard. Seriously, Master? I'd rather have you teach me new techniques instead of these kinds of things. Jin said. Hehe, I know, Jin. Which is why I want you to follow me, I have something to show you. Master Shifu said before walking away. Jin couldn't do anything except follow him, and so he did until they arrived at a waterfall. What are we doing here? Jin asked. Aren't you curious about the technique I showed you when you threw a pebble at me? I'll teach you that. Master Shifu raised his head, as if he was teaching an ancient technique that Jin wanted to learn the most. However, Jin's response went beyond his expectations. Nah, I'd rather learn the Wuxi finger hold technique, that technique seems to be way cooler and deadly. Crack. Cough. Young Jin, it is not wise for you to learn such a high-level technique. Only reaching the level of masters such as I, you could learn the technique. As of now, I deem you unworthy of learning the technique. Master Shifu said with his eyes closed, as if taking no as an answer. Bullshit. Even Po managed to do it just by seeing it once. Why can't I? Chapter 16, ch 16, Inner Peace. Here's the other bonus chapter. Dash underscore 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 underscore. Ahem, let's put that matter aside. As I was saying earlier, about the technique, you must first achieve inner peace. Master Shifu deliberately changed the topic before it went out of hand. Now, I want you to sit alongside me, Jin. Master Shifu said before sitting on a tall rock with a flat surface. Ah shit. One thing I hate about Kung Fu's is the meditations. I mean, it's clearly hard to clear your mind when your mind is full of random and weird thoughts that will suddenly pop up. Jin grumbled inside his mind. However, he still sat beside Master Shifu in a meditative position. Close your eyes and clear your mind. Master Shifu calmly said with his eyes closed. Jin followed what he said, and the moment he closed his eyes and tried to focus, his brain immediately transmitted something to him. What if all the food you eat talked back to you while you were eating it? Jin immediately shuddered just by thinking about it. Pow! However, Master Shifu noticed this and immediately slammed his cane on his head. Focus. Clear your mind. Master Shifu strictly said before sitting back in the meditative position. Fuck it. I'll just pretend I cleared my mind. With that in mind, Jin closed his eyes once again and tried to breathe calmly. This time, however, instead of thinking about some random shit, Tigress suddenly appeared in his mind, slowly morphing in her human form while undressing unhurriedly. Unfortunately, the picture was a bit blurry. Fuck. So, how was it? Did you find your inner peace? Master Shifu exhaled as he opened his eyes before asking Jin. However, he was surprised to see Jin not sitting in a meditative position, but instead, there were eye bags under his eyes while his face was twitching in random intervals as he glared at Master Shifu. Clearly, Jin hasn't achieved his inner peace, instead he achieved the most degenerate mind in the entire world. One time, he even saw Viper in her human form. Is my mind really that degenerate? I thought I was an angel? How come an angel could produce such thoughts? While thinking of this, Jin finally realized something. He remembered when he read the angel bloodline before coming into this universe, it says that he would become a fallen angel after causing any kind of sins? How come he hasn't fallen yet? Right as he thought of this, the world once again stopped moving. Just when Jin thought he would be transferred back to God's heaven again, he suddenly yelped in surprise when he felt someone tapping on his shoulder. Kaya! Jin immediately turned around and was faced with God himself, looking at him with an amused smile. Jesus! Don't scare me like that! Jin sighed in relief while breathing heavily to calm himself down. You're not the only one that got scared of me. God said with a chuckle as the ground beneath him suddenly morphed and turned into a majestic-looking stone chair. Tisk, show off! Jin snorted inside his mind. While God just chuckled. Anyways, I won't stay here too long. I just want to tell you that you haven't activated your angel bloodline yet. It requires something to activate it. God said before stopping, as if knowing that Jin would raise a question. No wonder I haven't fallen yet. What do I need to do to activate it, though? Jin said to himself before asking him in the next sentence. It's not that hard really. God chuckled before continuing under the gaze of Jin's expectant eyes. You just need to find your inner peace. Just as God said his part, he started turning into motes of light. And the moment he disappeared, he heard Jin scream. Oh fuck! What's with the yelling? I'm merely asking you about your inner peace. If you have a problem with it, just tell me. There's no need to shout. Master Shifu suddenly said behind him, after hearing Jin's cursing. Realizing that the time has resumed, Jin scratched the back of his head and apologized a few times. I accept your apology. Now, tell me what's the problem? If you can't clear your mind, it's okay, not everyone manages to master it on their first try. Master Shifu calmly assured him, which thankfully did. Yeah, that's the problem, Master. How do I clear my mind when some random shit suddenly appears in my thoughts? Jin expressed, however Master Shifu's reaction was different from what he expected. What is shit? Is that some kind of thought? Master Shifu asked with a raised eyebrow. Wait. So, swear words don't exist in this world? He, I could just say fuck you to everyone and they wouldn't know what I was saying to them. At first, Jin was also confused that swear words don't exist. However, when he thinks about it, a bad plan suddenly is formulated in his mind. Yes, something like that. By the way, don't you think it's late now? Maybe we should get some sleep. Good night, master. As if in a hurry, Jin said his goodbyes before swiftly leaving the cave that is behind the waterfalls where they meditated. You. Of course, as a master, how can Master Shifu not notice his hurriedness? Alas, he could only watch Jin leave him alone in the cave. Sigh, he has talent but he doesn't want to work hard. Relying on talents isn't a good thing. Master Shifu shook his head in disappointment. At first, he was happy that Jin had the talent in Kung Fu. However, in return, this talent made Jin too lazy to work his ass off. As Jin was walking back to his room, he stumbled across the Furious Five's rooms. Jin could tell that they sound asleep by the way they breathe, and Monkey even snores so loud. However, there's still someone who hasn't slept yet. Standing in front of the sliding, Jin knocked on the wooden part. Who? Tigress asked, who was inside the room. It's me. I just want to apologize about what I did earlier. I think I'm not fit to be a master. Jin said with a downcast expression. However, the expected answer from Tigress didn't come. Instead he was met with silence. Just when Jin sighed and turned around to leave, the sliding door was opened by Tigress, who was in her night outfit. Let's talk outside, not here. Tigress said coldly to him before walking outside. Oh, okay. Jin prolonged the oh before following her outside. Whoa, how did you even find this place? Jin looked around in amazement as they're currently on the edge of her cliff. What's beautiful about this place was that the entire sky was on full display while fireflies were flying around the place, making the area more breathtaking. Sitting down on the ground right at the edge of the cliff, Tigress's cold look crumbled and was replaced with a warm and soft expression. I always used to come here whenever I wanted to be alone. A place where no one will bother me. A place where the silence is my friend. Tigress's warm smile suddenly turned sorrowful. Noticing her downhearted face, Jin can't help but sit beside her, and true to her words, the silence here is indeed their friend. For the next few minutes, they both just sat on the grassy ground, staring at the beautiful night sky with the moon shimmering on them as if watching them. A few times, Tigress opened her mouth as if wanting to say something. However, she just shook her head lightly and turned quiet. You can speak to me, you know? I might not be a wise person, but I have my share of moments like this. Jin said to her after noticing that she opened her mouth again to say something. Realizing that she's been caught, Tigress sighed before finally speaking what she wanted to say earlier. When I was a child, I was left in an orphanage by my own parents. At that time I thought that I was a normal girl, however the kids in the orphanage don't want to play with me due to my violent nature. Tigress said with a sad smile as she continued. Because of that, I started living on the orphanage thinking of myself as nothing but a monster. Until Master Shifu came and told me that I was anything but a monster. Master Shifu taught me everything I need to learn in order to control both my strength and temper. It is thanks to him that I became what I am now. Tigress then stared at her own palm, which is full of scratches and scars, proof of her hard work throughout the years. However, my journey wasn't as smooth as you expected. Just because I was born with great strength doesn't mean I'm good at Kung Fu. My strength just gave me a slight advantage over the others, but it's not a talent like yours. One time, I even punched ironwood trees for 20 years until I couldn't feel anything anymore. Tigress then turned to look at Jin. Despite the pain I felt during that time, I didn't give up. I want to show Master Shifu that he trained as a wonderful student. Not a monster like Tai Lung. Master Shifu is my inspiration, why I kept going without giving up. I want to prove to him that his teachings weren't in vain. Yet, you suddenly barged in and took the glory that I've been longing for. Which is to defeat Tai Lung and become worthy. Tigress said as Jin finally realized why she's been cold to him after defeating Tai Lung. Yes, she was training under him a few days ago, but that's because Master Shifu told him to teach her and neither can she refuse his order. So, are you jealous of me? Jin asked. Jealous? A bit. Tigress shrugs her shoulders and comes out honestly. I'm sorry. Jin apologized. Although he doesn't know what jealousy feels like since he rarely experiences it, he knows how jealousy sometimes leads you to bad decisions in life. There's nothing for you to be sorry for. I know that each of us have different things that we excelled on. And so far, I haven't seen mine yet. Tigress said while looking directly at Jin's eyes. Meanwhile, Jin's breathing suddenly halted at the sight of Tigress's eyes looking over his. This was the first time that they made eye contact with each other so close. I think I already know what you excel at. Jin unconsciously muttered, which was loud enough for Tigress to hear. What is it? Tigress asked confusedly. The way you captured my heart with nothing but your gaze. Jin unconsciously answered, making Tigress slowly turn red. What did you just say? Tigress stuttered before looking away with a blush. What? What did I say? Jin suddenly woke up from his stupor. And nothing. Let's go back. Although a bit disappointed that Jin probably didn't mean what he said, Tigress shook her head and decided to ditch this kind of thought before standing up and saying. Wait for me. Did I say something? Seeing that Tigress started walking away, Jin got confused and tried to remember what happened while he was mesmerized by her eyes. Until finally, his eyes widened in surprise when he traced back what happened earlier. Holy shit, I didn't say that out loud, didn't I? Chapter 17, ch 17, Awkward. On a table surrounded by the Furious Five and Jin. They were all eating happily except for Tigress, who kept glancing at Jin from time to time, and when their eyes met, they immediately looked away as if they were caught doing something bad. Soon, as time passed, the Furious Five started noticing the sudden weird atmosphere between Jin and Tigress. Is there a problem between the both of you? Viper was the first one to notice and also the first one to ask. What? Tigress, who glanced at Jin for the umpteenth time, suddenly noticed the weird looks that her fellow masters are giving her. I could smell something going on here. Mantis said while squinting his eyes. It's nothing. I was just thinking about our mission today. Tigress swiftly found a reason and said. Oh right, now that you said that. I still can't believe that some bad guys would actually use orphans to do their dirty work. Ugh, now I want to finish this meal and immediately rescue those poor babies. Viper's words immediately changed the topic, much to Tigress and Jin's relief. As much as possible, they don't want what happened to them last night to spread out. To Tigress, it is because she wanted to keep a strong persona that doesn't waver even in the face of love, while to Jin, he doesn't want the Furious Five to know about it because he thinks it is troublesome. With Monkey's personality, the words would surely spread as fast as a forest fire. That little monkey can't keep his mouth shut at things like this. In short, they both have the same goals but different reasons. Thud. Seeing Master Shifu opening the door, they all immediately abandoned what they were doing and bowed to Master Shifu as they greeted him. Master. They all said in unison. All of you, finish your meals immediately and prepare yourselves with your mission. Jin, come with me, it is time for you to receive the Dragon Scroll. Master Shifu said to the Furious Five before finishing his sentence while turning his attention to Jin. Yes, Master. Jin nodded his head and directly gulped the entire noodles in his bowl before following Master Shifu out. The Dragon Scroll. He's finally getting it. I gotta witness it. Monkey excitedly said before gulping the contents of his bowl and started running outside. The rest of the masters also did so and followed Monkey, even Tigress wasn't spared and wanted to see her Dragon Scroll for herself. The Dragon Scroll. Jin stared at the ceiling in amazement, specifically the scroll that is residing on a dragon head's mouth. Yes, it is the Dragon Scroll. Master Shifu was no exception, even he was amazed at the sight of the Dragon Scroll despite how many years he always sees it. Step aside. Master Shifu said and noticed that the Furious Five entered the Jade Palace, though he just ignored them since it doesn't hurt for them to watch, and besides, he wants to look cool in front of his students. Master Shifu then started twirling his cane as the wind followed suit and commanding the wind to carry the small petals around the Jade Palace. Swoosh! At first glance, it looks like Master Shifu was having a hard time, however there was a glint in his eyes that said otherwise. After a few twirls, the petals slowly flew in the air and at some point, one petal landed at the end of the scroll. Just after a few seconds, the balance of the scroll shifted at where the petal resided until it fell from the dragon's mouth. Phew! Master Shifu then extended his cane, catching the dragon scroll before it fell on the water, while at the same time, the end of the cane slowly lowered down a bit as it caught the dragon scroll, creating a single but wide wave of water. Unknowingly, the Furious Five held their breaths in the process, and when it was finally done, they all sighed in relief. Meanwhile, Jin just stared at this in amazement. It's yours. Master Shifu then gracefully presented the dragon scroll to him, holding the scroll with both hands as if it was the greatest treasure in the entire universe that a single touch would scratch it. "Thank you, Master." Jin gave his thanks before grabbing the scroll from Master Shifu's hands. Should I make it as dramatic as Poe in the original? Thinking of this, Jin removed the cap of the scroll before coming to a decision. Under the anticipating gazes of Master Shifu and the Furious Five, Jin opened the scroll, flashing Jin's face with gold light. "Oh my god! This can't be! What is it?" Seeing Jin's shocked face just increased their curiosities, and now they're dying to know what Jin saw in the dragon scroll. "It's too much. I can't breathe." At this point, Jin was on the verge of kneeling while his eyes were still glued on the contents of the scroll. Is this the true power of the dragon scroll? Even Master Shifu was waiting in anticipation. In his expectations, Jin would suddenly be covered in bright light, and inside that light, Jin would transform into a being worthy to be called the Dragon Warrior. It's empty. Just when things were about to get so intense, Jin decided to drop the act and spit the real content of the scroll. What? Master Shifu stuttered as he was confused at what Jin said. "Look, it's empty." Jin then proceeded to show the content of the dragon scroll. "No. We mustn't look." Master Shifu immediately diverted his eyes away from the scroll, while the Furious Five also did the same. Peeking with his one eye, Master Shifu immediately grabbed the dragon scroll, looking at its empty content in confusion. "If it's empty, then what's with you shouting earlier?" Viper also saw the empty content and asked Jin about his outburst earlier. "Oh, yeah, about that. I was just being dramatic, you should have seen your faces." "Ha ha ha." Jin then started laughing out loud, making their faces twitch in annoyance and anger. "Bam! You had me worried for nothing." Tigress yelled at him in fluster as she tried to punch Jin on the face. Luckily, Jin managed to catch Tigress's punch and couldn't help but tease her. "Me? Is my little kitten worried for me? I feel blessed," Jin said with a cheeky smile, making Tigress blush at realization. "And no. I said we dot." Tigress immediately tried to refute his words, however, the Furious Five weren't on her side this time. "I also heard she said me instead of we dot," Mantis pointed out. "Yeah, me too. I thought I was the only one who misheard." Monkey added in, and so is the rest of the Furious Five, making Tigress blush more. Heck, even Master Shifu was looking at her with raised eyebrows. I am out of here." Cannot bear the embarrassment, Tigress immediately escaped the embarrassing situation. Her speed was so fast that it took her a second before disappearing from their eyes. Meanwhile, there's only one word that is running on Jin's mind. Sundara. After getting the dragon scroll, the Furious Five got bored and started preparing for their upcoming mission. After all, who's interested in an empty scroll? Who knew that an old but wise turtle turns out to be a scammer? At least that's what is in their mind, as Jin knew the true meaning of the dragon scroll, and he's not gonna tell them after all, he's the dragon warrior, not them. Jin also soon started preparing, as this time, he'll lead the mission for the first time, and it's not wrong to say that he's not nervous. Yes, he has the Jin Kazama template for Kung Fu and shit, but Jin doesn't have any talents in leading an elite squad towards a mission. Maybe the original Jin Kazama can, but Jin still hasn't unlocked the 100% of Jin's template. Still, Jin wanted to lead the mission, not because he wants to feel the authority to command such a group of masters, but because he needed to take this as an experience towards his future path. Who knows when he will someday lead an entire army by himself. "Are you all ready?" Seeing them nod their heads, Jin finally took off along with them. Their destination isn't that far, as it is just on the other side of the mountain. It's similar to the Valley of Peace, except that it is not the Valley of Peace. During the journey, Tigress seems to be trying her best to ignore him, even when he asks her if she wants to take a break. However, she just answers with "Aeon." Did I go too far with my teasing? I thought it would work since I read some novels and fanfics about it. How come their teasings worked while mine don't? Jin grumbled inside his mind, but nonetheless, this didn't hurdle them from their journey, as it only took them 2 days to arrive at the other side of the mountain. As expected, they were welcomed by the citizens, and Jin finally knew the name of the valley. The Valley of Tea. It's those kinds of valleys, where it is mostly ruled by merchants and such, instead of the Valley of Peace, which is ruled by Kung Fu. No wonder even the orphanage could be taken advantage of. No Kung Fu master is protecting the Valley of Tea like how the Jade Palace protects the Valley of Peace. Thinking of this, Jin wanted to take a break first, since they've been traveling non-stop, and besides, he wanted to taste the tea here. Maybe there's a reason why it's called the Valley of Tea. Chapter 18, ch 18, The Valley of Tea. A new tier is up on Patreon and it's 15 advanced chapters. _______________________________. I'm gonna be honest. This tea is fantastic. Take it for the fact that this is my first time drinking tea. Jin said as he gulped down the entire cup of tea without stopping. I'm not a fan of tea. Ugh. Mantis remarked after taking a small sip of tea and made a disgusted expression. It's not bad. Though I prefer Master Shifu's jasmine tea. Crane added in after taking a sip. Guys, don't you think we should proceed with our mission? It's almost nighttime and most people are walking back to their homes. Viper expressed her concerns as the sun is slowly moving down, being replaced by the moon. That's the point, Viper. I want us to proceed at night. It's much better that way. Not only would we be undisturbed during the mission but we can also launch a surprise attack on them, if ever we find proof that they're using the orphans to do their dirty work. Jin replied to Viper as he drank his last cup of tea before standing up since the tea shop would be closing soon. Let's find the orphanage before the sun goes down completely. Then, when the moon is up, we'll sneak in. Jin gave his first order. Monkey and Crane, you both go south, Mantis and Viper on the west and Tigress, the east is yours. While I'll take the north. Go. Jin said while pointing at the north side of the Valley of Tea before taking off. The Furious Five didn't raise any questions and swiftly did what they were ordered. For the next few hours, the sun has finally disappeared from the horizon and the moon is now the one in the sky. Crane was the one who found the orphanage thanks to his aerial advantage over them. At first glance I could already tell that this orphanage is full of thugs. Crane said. How? Monkey asked. Instead of seeing kids, I saw several coyotes and know they're not kids but adults. I mean, orphanage full of adult coyotes, not to mention at night? Looks suspicious enough to me. Crane answered with a shrug of his shoulder. Yeah, that's our target right there. Let's waste no time and sneak in. Remember, we must gather evidence first before we dispatch them one by one. Jin said, however Tigress raised a question. Why should we gather evidence? Can't we just beat them up right then and there like we, the Furious Five used to do? I know. However, I'm just being cautious here. Imagine if we beat them and it turns out it wasn't them? What would you do when they started accusing us? Jin's reply made them think about their past actions. Jin was right, they wouldn't be able to do anything to defend themselves if they got the wrong person. They're lucky that during their past missions they haven't encountered such a situation. Any more questions? Receiving a shake of their heads, Jin nodded and soon they blended in the shadows, ready to finish their mission tonight. Under the moonlight, a shadow flashed past, followed by several more shadows. Swoosh, X6. Hey, do you hear that? At the entrance of the orphanage, two coyotes with a bored look on their faces were having their conversation. No, you must have not slept last night, right? Hat, let me guess, you're dreaming about the boss's lover, right? You have no chance, especially on how ugly you are. Ha ha ha. The other coyote answered him while making fun of him at the same time. Why you? Bam. You. Just like that, the two coyotes started fighting each other. Clear. Looking at the two coyotes busy punching and biting each other, Tigress's eyes squinted and she signaled at her teammates. Alright, let's go. Jin passed the message and they started sneaking inside the orphanage under the nose of two coyotes that were supposed to guard the entrance. Inside the orphanage, the hall looks empty. Jin's senses picked up a few laughs and snickers on the other side of the hallway. It must be the kitchen. Jin said to himself before ordering Tigress and the rest to split up and search for the evidence that they needed. Thankfully, the orphanage was quite dark, which makes it easy for Jin and the rest to sneak around without getting found. As they went on their own ways, Jin went to the second floor where he found several rooms next to each other. Taking a peek inside, Jin saw the kids sleeping on their beds, however from the looks of their faces, they look both malnourished and there are even some empty beds that look like they used to have an owner. Either something bad happened to them or someone just adopted them. I'm hoping for the latter. Jin said to himself before closing the door quietly. I wonder where the matron is. Just as Jin was about to step forward, he suddenly stopped in his tracks as the door in one of the rooms opened. Just when Jin was prepared to take down whoever comes out of the door, a small but cute rabbit walked outside while holding a slight familiar figurine on his hand. Am I tripping, or is that figurine me? While thinking of this, the small rabbit who was rubbing his eyes suddenly noticed him and froze in shock. Opening his mouth, Jin immediately stepped forward and covered the kid's mouth. Shhh. Making a hush gesture, the little rabbit nodded his head slowly. As Jin took his hand away from his mouth, the little rabbit started whispering to him. You're the dragon warrior. You are so cool. The little rabbit excitedly whispered to him while shoving the figurine of him to Jin. Thanks. This was actually the first time Jin met an actual fan beside Po, and he couldn't help but scratch his head in embarrassment. Are you here to save us? The little rabbit looked around and whispered. Save? Oh, right. Can you tell me what's going on here? Where's your matron and who are those people downstairs? Jin asked, which was soon answered by the little rabbit. The matron? You mean Ms. Ching? She's already gone. A few days ago she wasn't waking up anymore. So, a man came in and took her out of the orphanage while declaring himself as the new owner of the orphanage. We don't know him and he looks scary, he just suddenly started ordering us to steal from the other people's pockets and shops. We couldn't do anything. If we didn't as he said, he would punish us by not giving us for a whole day. We tried to ask for help but they were also scared of the man. And. The little rabbit started explaining to him about the situation, and as he was about to finish, he started sniffing and cried. Shh, it's okay now. I'm here. Although Jin was comforting the little rabbit, Jin's eyes were releasing a very cold aura that would freeze anyone in sight. Child trafficking? Hey? I didn't expect such a thing to even exist in this world that is full of fantasy and childlike elements. Jin said to himself. He was shocked actually, he thought that since this world is a movie made for kids, he thought that there would be no things such as rape, killing or anything that is considered as a crime. Sigh, I really can't judge this world based on the movie, I kept forgetting that this is a real world, meaning, such evil things would exist. Jin sighed at himself. He doesn't know what happened next as the little rabbit dozed off on his embrace, maybe he's actually good at comforting kids? Or maybe because he is an angel. Standing up while the little rabbit is still in his embrace, Jin's senses pick up a footstep behind him. Turning around very quickly, Jin thought that he would meet an enemy, however it turns out that it is just Tigress and the rest of the gang. Who's that? Monkey whispered while pointing at the little rabbit in Jin's embrace. I didn't ask for his name, however, he told me about everything here. It's a legit child trafficking, this little rabbit and probably the rest of the kids is enough evidence, it's time to unleash chaos. Just when the Furious Five was about to rush downstairs to beat all the coyotes, Jin immediately stopped them. But, as they stopped in their tracks, Jin continued. Crane, Monkey, and Mantis, the three of you wouldn't be able to join the fight. I have a mission for you three. Jin said to them, however before they could complain, Jin continued. I want the three of you to evacuate the kids in the orphanage, we need to be cautious as they might take the kids as a hostage if they deem their situation as grim, or they might be accidentally involved in the fight. Who knows how far they would go if they're cornered. Jin explained his reasons, and that's enough for Monkey, Crane, and Mantis to throw their complaints out of the window and start evacuating the kids. Looking at Tigress and Viper, he nodded at them and they nodded back at him. Let's finish them as quickly as possible. I want them down before the sun rises. Dropping the order, Jin started rushing downstairs followed by them. Thud, X20. Hey, did you guys hear DHA? Phew. Inside the kitchen, several coyotes were sitting on the dining table while playing cards, when suddenly one of them heard the sounds upstairs and was about to ask his comrades about it when a kick suddenly landed on his face. Boom! What the? Shocked by what happened to their comrade, the rest of the coyotes immediately stood up in shock and some picked up their blades on the side. How are you doing, boys? How about we make this night more fun? Pointing their blade at the source of the sound, they saw a man sitting on the chair while the moonlight outside was illuminating his figure. There, they saw a handsome black-haired man, whose hair was slightly defying the law of physics. He is wearing nothing on the top while wearing sandals on his feet, the only notable thing on his attire is his cool-looking pants, which has a flame design. Let's dance. Chapter 19, Ch19, Justice is Served. I know this chapter and the previous one was a bit boring to read, however, the only reason why I wrote this is that I want Jin to blend and discover about the Kung Fu Panda world itself, instead of just following and writing just the movies. __________________________________________________________________________________________________________. Get him! Taking the lead, the tallest among the coyotes ordered while pointing his blade at Jin. Hi-ya! One by one, the coyotes started running towards Jin. Despite the numbers that are rushing towards him, Jin still maintained his composure as he just watched them approach him. I got him! Thinking that he was about to slash Jin as he was the first one to arrive, the coyote suddenly noticed that Jin was smirking at him. Before he could process the reason for the smirk, Jin suddenly moved his entire body sideways just in time for Tigress, who was behind him, to deliver a flying kick towards the coyote. Bam! Seeing their comrade on the floor with a foot mark on his face, the coyotes backed away in fear. However, why would Jin let them do that? Standing up from his chair, Jin grabbed the backrest of the chair where he sat on before smashing them towards the nearest coyote in front of him. Way! Bam! Smashing the chair into pieces, the unfortunate coyote fell on the ground with a bleeding face. 3 coyotes are down and 7 more to go. Quick! Finish them all, there's just the 2 of them. The large coyote said before rushing first, trying to use himself to encourage the other coyotes to start rushing. Hiss! Cock! Suddenly, Viper emerged from the shadows and used her own body to slither on a coyote's neck and started choking him until he fell on the ground. That makes us 3. Viper said with a hiss. The next thing that happened was an absolute one-sided massacre, as despite having the advantage in numbers, the coyotes were still no match when it comes to masters in Kung Fu. Where is your boss, hey? Tell me. Grabbing the large coyote on his fur, Jin interrogated him about their boss. K-chok. The boss is not here. The large coyote struggled to utter a few words due to being choked by Jin. Where is he? Jin yelled at the coyote's face, trying to use a deep voice to scare him. I don't know. Kuk. Hearing the coyote's answer, Jin knew that he would not get any more answers, so he punched the poor coyote to sleep. Looks like the boss isn't her. Just as Jin uttered those words, the front door of the orphanage was suddenly smashed open. All of you! What's with the ruckus? A large rhino with slight dark armor on his body, yelled in anger as he scanned his eyes around. Seeing that the coyotes on the ground and the sight of Jin and the masters, the large rhino squinted his eyes. I knew it. Some bastard would tell the Jade Palace about this. I didn't expect it would be this soon. The huge rhino spat on the ground before stepping forward, allowing the moonlight to shine on him, showcasing his incredible height and the weird armor on his body. It doesn't matter. With my golden pagoda armor, no attacks can hurt me. Remember my name. Brutus the Indestructible. The large rhino, now known as Brutus, shouted his name with confidence, as if it was rehearsed 1,000 times. Looking at one another, Jin chuckled while Tigress just rolled her eyes at the lame rhino. What's with you laughing, hey? Oh wait, are you the dragon warrior? Brutus was about to scold Jin for laughing at him, however, squinting his eyes, Brutus seems to recognize him as the famous dragon warrior. Yes. Yes, I am. Jin answered with a confident smirk, thinking that his title alone would make Brutus scared shitless. However, who would have thought that Brutus's reaction was out of his expectation? Ha ha ha. Good. This is good. Defeating you would make my name resound across the entirety of China. Now, obey me and die. Taking out a large hammer that is strapped on his back, Brutus smashed the hammer towards Jin. Taste my hammer of fury. Meanwhile, Jin's face twitched a little bit as he dodged the hammer at the same time. Brutus was too heavy to move and Jin could even close his eyes and dodge all of his attacks. Tisk tisk, no wonder only a few masters wears an armor, it would be too heavy for them to move faster and it would limit their movements very much. Thinking to himself, Jin stepped on the lodged hammer and ran towards Brutus through the long handle. Jin's every step was calm like a sea as he neither slipped or stepped outside the handle range. Before long, he arrived in front of the struggling Brutus, who was trying to remove the hammer off the ground. Bang! Delivering a kick towards Brutus's face, which was also covered as part of the armor, Brutus stumbled back, losing his grip over his hammer. Like I said earlier, no attacks can hurt me. Brutus stood straight as he confidently smirked towards Jin. Let's see if you can still stand after this. Behind him, Tigress approached his back before forming a stance that looks similar to the Kamehameha stance, except that there's no energy coming out between her palms. Without further ado, Tigress then stretched both of her tiger paws on Brutus's back. Swaz. Just by the sound of the wind alone is enough for everyone in the room to know that this strike is very strong. Bang ugh. Coupled with the sound of the collision, the spot where Tigress struck on the armor seems to lose its hue, however it's not enough to put a dent on the armor. Good. That's the strongest attack I've ever received. I, Brutus, call you the strongest. Brutus arrogantly pointed his finger at Tigress while yelling. What the fuck, dude? You're not Madara. Jin's eyes twitched a little at the sudden reference coming from his enemy. I don't care. Tigress coldly said, however her hands said otherwise as her hands were shivering a bit. Not because of the pain but due to exerting her full strength through her hands, which made her muscles in her hand to shake a little. HMPF, arrogance brings you nowhere. Brutus snorted before running towards Tigress. Meanwhile, Viper was constantly trying to breach through the gaps of the armor, however the gap was so little that she couldn't fit herself in. Perhaps Mantis could, unfortunately he's not here at the moment. As Jin and Tigress tried several times to destroy the armor, nothing worked even with Jin's full strength, he only managed to dent the armor a little bit. As the fight went on, Brutus's arrogance reached its peak as he decided to stand still instead of attacking back as he deemed their attacks as useless and ineffective. Hey, so I have to use that technique again? I hope I won't fail this time. I was careless back then during my fight with Tai Lung. With one last thought, Jin assumed his Kazama-style stance and inhaled and exhaled. Jin has actually been practicing this technique for the last few days and he could already execute this technique without having to focus too much, which delays time. In just a second, Jin confidently smiled as he wanted to wipe the arrogant smirk on Brutus's face. Let's see if you can keep that smirk of yours after this. Is that it? Ha ha ha. It turns out, you masters are only this strong, maybe after this I could invade your Jade Palace and kill your master's Shifu? As soon as he uttered those words, Jin's face turned cold. Fuck it, I would make sure this guy meets his maker. And because of that, his muscles contracted making his muscles more visible and sharper. Hey, you brute! How about a taste of this? Jin called out to him and said. Haha. You again? How many times do I have to te? Turning his head to Jin, Brutus laughed loudly and was about to mock Jin when he suddenly stopped as Jin's fist was already in contact with his armor. Clenching his belly, Brutus assumed the worst. However, nothing seems to happen as it looks like Jin just punched him without any strength. Ha 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 ha. Is that supposed to do something? Looks like the title Dragon Warrior was all for Nog. Before he could even finish his sentence, his eyes suddenly widened in surprise as pain quickly assaulted him from the middle of his body before spreading like a disease. Cock! Spitting out some mouthful of blood, Brutus fell on his knees, breathing heavily. Cracks slowly formed at the spot where Jin struck him as it spread through his entire armor. Crack! Looking at this, Tigress gave Jin a jealous glance before looking away. She didn't expect Jin to solve this troublesome enemy with the same technique that he was teaching to her a few days ago. Not because she felt bitter about not learning the technique but because she thought that fate decided to make their enemy indestructible just so Jin could show her the benefits of learning the technique that he was supposed to teach to her. As the cracks finally reached their limit, the armor slowly crumbled one by one until it finally showed Brutus's naked body. Realizing this, Brutus immediately picked up the largest piece of armor near him and covered his little friend. There's no need for you to cover your thingy, mate. You should take care of that. Jin chuckled at the weird rhino who cared more about revealing his genitalia instead of worrying about his horrifying injury. Looking down on his belly, Brutus realized that his belly had caved in, only then he finally registered the pain that was assaulting him earlier again. Egg. Not knowing what to do, Brutus's vision slowly darkened before falling down on the ground. Jin doesn't know if the guy is dead since this is the first time he used his entire strength on the internal strike technique, though he's wishing the rhino to die for threatening to kill his master and the main reason for being the leader of this child trafficking area. Chapter 20, CH20, Becoming a Master/Teacher. I just started playing Dying Light 1 on my PC, and so far I'm liking it, lol. _________________. A few months have passed since the battle in the Valley of T. Thanks to their reputation, the child traffickers were brought to justice by being sent to the most guarded prison in the entire world. Unfortunately, Brutus didn't die. However, his organs were destroyed so that no healers could fix him, so they estimated that he would die in a few months. So, he died anyway. Jin just received the news yesterday. The battle in the Valley of Peace wasn't the only mission Jin did. In just a few days, Jin started going on missions like saving an old man who is about to be robbed or a bunch of thugs terrorizing a valley. Because of that, Jin's name resounded across the entirety of China, further improving his fame towards the citizens. Now, Jin has become an icon when it comes to Kung Fu. Kinda similar to whenever Jackie Chan was seen by the people, they would immediately imitate Kung Fu movements, as if Kung Fu originated from him. That is what Jin is feeling right now. Jin Kazama template, 58%. Not bad. But still slow, and I'm sure once it crossed the 60% threshold, it would become slower. Jin muttered to himself after waking up. Stretching his limbs, Jin could feel his joints snapping happily. Not gonna lie. If I ever fought Brutus again in my current state, he wouldn't last a minute against me. Jin confidently said as he not only learned new techniques but as the Jin Kazama template increases, so is his strength. Jin doesn't know how strong he will be if he reaches 100% and he's excited for that day to come. Now that I remember it, I think Jin has some kind of devil form, right? I saw it somewhere but my memory of Jin is a bit foggy. If only I had a PlayStation back in my old life, I would definitely play Tekken. Too bad, I only play it whenever I go to an arcade. Come to think of it. I have a dormant angel and devil bloodline, I wonder what will happen if I unlock both? Food for thought. With that in mind, Jin finished his stretching and started doing warm-ups. This is actually Jin's daily routine. After waking up, he would do some warm-ups before taking a bath and start training along with the other masters. I wonder when the plot of Kung Fu Panda will happen. I think a peacock was the enemy, right? Just when Jin was busy thinking to himself, Tigress approached him and fidgeted a bit. Hey. Tigress' eyes were darting between Jin and their surroundings as she seems to be waiting for Jin to acknowledge her presence first. Oh, what's up, kitty? Jin indeed acknowledged her presence, however, he did it in a teasing way. Don't call me that. Tigress immediately blushed and tried to cover his mouth. Actually, this started a few weeks ago when Jin and Tigress were sparring when Jin accidentally pulled her tail, which caused her to make a sound that Jin would never forget. Nah. Yeah, that's right. Who would have thought that a tigress could produce such a sound? He thought they could only produce a roar. You mean, kitty? Kitty, 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 kitty. Loving the way she blushes, Jin upped high teasing and started repeating the word she hates the most. Growling. Tigress immediately stopped and growled at him. It might look scary if it wasn't for the blush on her face. Sigh. Teasing Tigress makes my day. It's not like I'm into furry or anything, it's just that Tigress was voiced by none other than Angelina Jolie. Who wouldn't want to tease someone who has the same sexy voice as Angelina Jolie has? Jin inhaled as he made a small declaration inside his mind. Anyways, putting the teasing aside. What's up? Seeing that Tigress was threatening to blow up, Jin already decided to drop the teasing lest Tigress might really explode. Sigh. Inhaling and exhaling, Tigress calms herself down before stating her purpose. I want you to teach me again. That panda had already grasped it, right? Tigress said with determination in her eyes while pointing her finger at Po, who was seriously training on the wooden dummy. Yup, Jin has already accepted Po as his student and he didn't regret it one bit. Flashback. Po. Kicking Po, who was deep asleep on his bed, Jin yelled at him like a drill sergeant. Oh gosh. Masked Po immediately tried to stand up, however, the sudden shift of position caused him to stumble back, which thankfully he was caught by the wall, so he didn't manage to embarrass himself by failing on the floor in front of his new master. Shaking his head at his clumsiness, Jin yelled once again. Too clumsy, panda. Come with me outside. After that, Jin walked outside, leaving Po to fix his bed first and also himself, to make him look presentable on his first day of training. Outside the Jade Palace, Jin can be seen jogging in a calm pace while a fat panda was trying his best to catch up to him, and also breathe. Wait, for me. Running in a clumsy way, Po was staggering sideways as his vision slowly started to get blurry. Way. Thud. With one final step, Po's legs finally gave up before falling on the ground. Hearing the sound, Jin turned around while still in a jogging form. Come on, Po. We haven't even crossed 100 meters and you're already out. Jin approached Po and realized that he passed out. Sigh, you have a long way to go, Po. Shaking his head, Jin carried Po back to the Jade Palace and laid him down back to his bed so he could rest, before returning back to jogging. This is part of his daily routine, so just because Po passed out doesn't mean he'll stop and take care of him. He's the dragon warrior, not a nanny. Ever since that day, Po started building up his stamina first so he could catch up in Jin's daily jogging, before proceeding to work on his body and kung fu techniques. At one time, Po kept begging Jin to teach him a cool kung fu technique. However, how would Po be able to learn a proper kung fu technique when his foundation is not only unstable but his body is also not capable of learning one? Well, there's the wuxi finger hold, but that's it. Sure, it's a cool technique, but such techniques have limits, like the wuxi finger hold having a cooldown and immense chi reserves. How did Jin know? He tried it at Brutus when they defeated him. However, it didn't work, so he approached Master Shifu and asked him about it. Who would have thought that it requires a massive chi reserve which Jin probably doesn't have? When Jin asked Master Shifu if he could increase his chi reserves, Master Shifu just chuckled and told him to find his inner peace first before he could proceed to train with his chi. Back to the present, after Tigress asked Jin to teach her about the internal strike technique, he of course agreed to her request since it would also help him improve his relationship with Tigress. Alright, this time let's take it easy. Instead of punching a boulder like the last time. This time, you just need to stand here and feel the wind. Jin then demonstrated by standing straight and spreading his arms wide and raising it a bit high, basking himself in the sun. Praise the sun. Feeling the heat of the sun, Jin can't help but yell out loud. Praise the what? Tigress looked at him weirdly. Standing with arms wide open is already weird enough, and now he just yelled about praising the sun? It's nothing. I'm just doing it in honor of someone. Jin waved his hands before continuing. Now, I just need you to do the same as I did and feel the wind smashing on your face. Jin said to her as Tigress raised a question. Do I also have to yell that phrase? Tigress asked, referring to Jin's praise the sun moment. Actually, yes. Just when Jin was about to say no, he contemplated a bit first before saying yes just for fun. Ugh. Although it was a bit embarrassing, Jin's face is enough to tell her that he won't take a no for an answer, and who knows if she refused, he might tease her again by calling her kitty just for revenge. Assuming the stance that Jin showed her, Tigress closed her eyes and let herself bask in the sun while at the same time, trying to feel the wind smashing in her face before finally yelling the magic word. Praise the sun. Good. Now tell me, what do you feel about the wind? Jin clapped his hands before asking. I feel calm and free. As if nothing in this world could disturb me. Tigress was honest, as this is what she really feels. That's right. Unlike the other elements in this world. Only the wind is calm and free at the same time. They are everywhere. Jin uttered as he stared at Tigress's face. It's also beautiful. Jin muttered subconsciously, which made Tigress raise her eyebrow. Beautiful? How can you call something that you cannot see, beautiful? She asked. Realizing what he said, Jin immediately fumbled his mind to find a reasonable reason. Listen here, young one. The beauty of the air lies not in its visibility, but in the life it sustains and the harmony it brings. Jin said while imitating Oogway's style in speaking. Although annoyed at being called a young one, but what Jin said about the beauty of air caught her attention. Let's put these matters aside. We'll do this kind of training every single day until you feel the wind guiding you. Chapter 21, Ch 21, Crisis in Gongmen City. A few weeks have passed and rumors about bandits terrorizing villages have spread. Obviously, as the team of Justice, Jin, and the Furious Six is there to save the day. That's right, Furious Six, because Jin has decided to let Po join the Furious Five to gather some battle experience. After all, fighting real battles is better than just training. Running on a steep downhill, Jin and the Furious Six saw a village not far away, being surrounded by a bunch of wolves with sharp weapons. Po and Mantis, you both deal with the wolves on the north side, they seem to be stealing something. As for the rest, with me. Laying down his orders, Po jumped excitedly before jumping and using his body to bounce off the ground and landed exactly on one of the wolves in the north side of the village. Meanwhile, Jin and the rest landed on the ground, much to the wolves' shock and the citizens' excitement. Look! The dragon warrior has arrived. We're saved. One of the rabbits pointed at Jin in a voice filled with excitement and hope. The dragon warrior. The leader of the wolves with an eye patch, muttered under his breath as he glared at Jin. Their purpose in this village was to simply steal their metals per order of their lord. He didn't expect that Jin and his friends would arrive a bit early. All of you. Hold them back. As for the rest, come with me. We need to leave this place. The wolf with an eye patch pushed one of his men forward, instigating a battle between Jin and the wolves. Dodging one of the wolves' sharp blades, Jin then went and grabbed the blade's other side to hold it off before delivering a smooth kick towards the wolf's chin. Boom! As the wolf landed on a cart without consciousness, another wolf had approached him but was quickly taken down by Tigress, who has been waiting for her moment to shine. Thanks for having my back. Although he could handle the wolf, Jin is a good-mannered man, so he still gave his gratitude to Tigress. Who said about having your back? This wolf was just near me, so I decided to strike him first. Tigress quickly looked away before rushing towards the other wolves to dwindle their numbers. Ha, what a tsundere! Jin chuckled to himself before focusing on the battle. Remembering this part in the movie, Jin decided to intercept their plan as Lord Shen needed all these medals for his ultimate weapon. And besides, he felt like he's not doing that much to change the course of the world, it feels as if he just replaced Poe's position. Crane, cut those ropes. Make sure none of those medals escape this place. Jin said before pointing at the ropes which were attached to the bunch of medals. On it. Crane said before taking off in the air and rushing towards the rope. Noticing that the wolves decided to throw their weapons towards Crane in the sky, Jin gave his order. Viper, Monkey, both of you cover Crane. Without responding back, the snake and the monkey did as told and started beating the shit out of the poor wolves. Jin and Tigress then took care of the rest of the wolves. Despite having their advantage in numbers and having the armors and weapons, it is still useless if you don't know how to properly utilize it, not to mention they're fighting literal masters of Kung Fu who have trained in weapons and fighting enemies with weapons. Meanwhile, although Jin has the least battle experience except for Poe who just started today, Jin's senses were quite sharp, which was enough for him to dodge all of their attacks, be it a slash of their blades or an arrow. Bam! X2. Jumping off the ground, Jin did a smooth split that knocked two of the wolves that were coming up to him. Realizing that they're slowly losing, the wolf with an eye patch immediately tried to escape through the ropes that were supposed to pull them out. Unfortunately for him, Crane has done a great job by cutting all of the ropes, leaving no room for the eye-patched wolf to escape. Wait, I surrender. Knowing his fate, the wolf has decided to surrender as he has no chance to fight all of the masters alone. Heck, they look like they didn't even sweat from the fight, except for Poe is a little bit exhausted but not to the point of passing out. Looks like my training is effective. Looking at Poe, Jin smiled at him in satisfaction. Is this what Master Shifu felt whenever one of us achieves a feat that he expected? No wonder he always smiles whenever he trains us to the point of almost killing us. I thought he was just a sadistic teacher. Chuckling to himself, Jin saw Tigress walking up to the leader and speaking first. Tell me. What's your purpose behind this? Grabbing the wolf on his collar, she shook his body as she interrogated him. Ugh. The wolf frantically looked around as he kept stuttering to the point of not even forming a single word. Sighing to himself, Jin shook his head before stepping forward and speaking. Tigress, you're too rough on him. You need a gentle approach. Let me handle this. Releasing her grip on the wolf, Tigress nodded her head and stepped back. When it comes to things such as interrogation, Jin's talent would shine. Okay now, my little wolf. Tell me who the fuck is your boss, hey. Tell me or I'll fucking cut your head off, you hear me? Just when the wolf thought Jin would be soft on him, he was surprised when his entire head was suddenly grabbed by Jin's hand, and as he uttered each word, his grip on his head tightens to the point that his eyeballs almost popped out. I'll, fdllu. Trying his best to finally surrender, Jin thankfully understands what he said, so he released his grip on the wolf's face. See? I told you. You just need a gentle approach. Jin patted his hands as he blissfully said. Almost everyone in the entire village looked at him in deadpan expression, as if saying, really? You call that a gentle approach? Then what do you call Tigress's approach earlier? Even the wolf with an eye patch stared at him in shock and a bit of anger. Watch your eyes, or else I'll pluck it out for you. Now, tell me who your boss is. Oblivious to all of the stares, Jin coldly glared at the wolf, who immediately looked away in fear. It's Lord Shen. He ordered us to gather metals to complete his cannon, which spits out metal that could destroy everything in its path. Without hesitation, the wolf started spilling the beans, not caring for his boss as he wanted to live very much right now. Lord Shen? Isn't he the infamous banished prince because of his violent tendency and the famous genocide on the village of Panda? Monkey pointed out, which in turn caused everyone to look at Poe, who was staring at the wolf in shock. I gotta go. Poe started breathing heavily before running off. Wait, Po! Viper then quickly chased after him. I shouldn't have said that. Monkey realized his mistake as he scratched the top of his head. Shaking his head, Jin turned his attention back to the wolf and said. Alright, for the final question. What are your plans and where is this Shen's location? Huff, huff. Running without any sense of direction, Po arrived at a large tree and hid under its shade. Sitting on the grassy ground, Po started thinking to himself. Viper soon arrived and found him under the tree. Po! Calling out to him, she finally got Po's attention to her. Viper? What are you doing here? I should be the one asking you that. What happened, Po? Is it about the genocide? I'm sorry about that. Viper worriedly said to him. No. It's fine. It's just that, when I saw the mark on that wolf's shoulder. I think I just saw my mom but she was being chased by someone. He looks like a peacock that bears the same mark. Do you think that the peacock is Lord Shen? Po started explaining as Viper listened to every word he said. Maybe, or maybe not. But, what's important is you, Po. If things like this are bothering you, remember that we are always here. I am here. Viper said with a smile, making Po look away with a blush. Thanks, I guess. You're so kind, Viper. I appreciate it. Despite being embarrassed, Po still thanked Viper for comforting him. You're welcome, Po. A/N, well, Jin already has Tigress, right? So, we can't leave my boy, Po hanging like that. So, I decided to give him the snake. Imagine a panda and a snake doing that. Fuck, I can't get it out of my brain now. At least, you guys will suffer with me. After bringing the wolves to prison and helping in fixing the village, the entire Furious Six and Jin were exhausted. However, Jin still called for a meeting with the Furious Six and Master Shifu. In the dining room, Jin explained about their findings to Master Shifu, who started caressing his beard as usual. I swear if he keeps doing that, he'll lose his beard. This is bad. If what you said is right, then all of you must proceed to Gongmen City and make sure that Shen's plan won't succeed. This new weapon of his might destroy the entire legacy of Kung Fu. Alright, I give you permission to go to Gongmen City. I'll send a message to Master Rhino and inform him about Shen's plan. After Master Shifu finally gave his confirmation, Jin and the Furious Six started packing before leaving the Valley of Peace. A few days have passed. In Gongmen City, a peacock followed by several wolves and gorillas, walked inside the guarded gates, under the watchful eyes of the guards and the three masters. Shen. I've been expecting your arrival. Contrary to Shen's expectations, Master Rhino seems to have anticipated Shen's arrival. Oh? You know that I'm coming. Raising an eyebrow, Shen was a bit shocked that Master Rhino was expecting him. Though, that won't change anything. Of course, and with that weapon of yours. Master Rhino chuckled, followed by the rest. Although Shen looks calm on the outside, but deep inside, he was already panicking. How did he know about my cannon? Did someone betray me? Controlling his anger, Shen still showed his prideful appearance without showing any fear. And so what? That won't save you from your deaths. Shen arrogantly said. Oh really? Then show me that weapon and I'll show you that only Kung Fu can defeat Kung Fu. Not some lame weapon developed by a banished prince. Master Rhino arrogantly smirked. Ignoring his mocking, Shen smirked as he said. If you insist. With a wide grin, the gorillas behind him finally caught up with him. Open it. Shen commanded, and so they did. The moment everyone saw the cannon inside, they squinted their eyes. They didn't expect the weapon to be this big. They were expecting some kind of weapon similar to swords and hammers. What is that, Shen? Master Rhino cautiously asked. Oh this? This is your parting gift. So long, Master. With an insane smile, Shen was about to light the cannon on fire when a voice suddenly distracted him. Luckily, I arrived on time. Chapter 22, CH22, Blasted Off. A few days earlier, Jin and the Furious Six were on the boat, rowing themselves towards the other side of the continent, which is where the Gongmen City resides. Jin, I know you're in a hurry or something, but I think you're exhausting yourself out. Besides, the boat can move on its own, we'll surely be there in time. Tigress worriedly said to Jin, who was madly rowing the boat. That's where you are wrong, my little kitty. Jin smiled and teased her as Tigress angrily glared at him. Don't call me that. Oh, my dear kitty. I know you like it. Jin said with a mischievous grin on his face. Seeing that Tigress was about to explode again, Jin chuckled in amusement before continuing. Alright, I'm sorry for teasing you. I'm not actually in a hurry or anything, it's just that, I'm excited to visit Gongmen City. After all, it is known as the city of joy and happiness where fireworks were invented. Actually, Jin's teasing earlier was just for him to have some time to think of a valid reason for his hurry. It's not like he could just tell them I know the future and I want to defeat Shen as soon as possible so he won't be able to make more cannons, which would be very troublesome, right? Yeah, right. Squinting her eyes at Jin suspiciously, Tigress turned around and left to rest. I swear she's suspicious of me. As expected of a master, their senses are so sharp that they could almost know if someone like me is lying. Jin said to himself. Obviously, as an actor in his past life, Jin naturally has the capability of lying with a straight face. And just like that, a few days have passed and their boat has finally docked inside the dockings in Gongmen City. As they walk past the citizens, they could hear their murmurs and whispers. I heard the banished Prince Shen returned earlier. My friend told me about it. Really? I hope the Master Council won't give him our city, I don't want to have a tyrant as a leader. Me too. When Jin heard this, he immediately went on a sprint, leaving the furious six in the dust. Of course, Tigress and the rest also heard the whispers, so they already know the reason for Jin's sudden rush. Without idling by, they also started running and followed the path Jin took until they arrived at an enormous tower surrounded by walls and guards wearing armor. Back to the present day. I think I know you. Master Rhino squinted his eyes at Jin beside him before widening his eyes in surprise. Oh right. You're the Dragon Warrior, aren't you? I want to hold a banquet to welcome you, but unfortunately, we seem to have a situation here. I hope you forgive me. Master Rhino has long respected the strong, so seeing the Dragon Warrior, who is recognized by everyone as the greatest Kung Fu master for not only holding the Dragon Warrior title, but also for defeating Tai Lung. It's fine, Master Rhino. In fact, I'm here because of Shen. At the same time he said that, Tigress finally arrived followed by the rest as they approached Jin and eyed Shen warily. Oh my! What a surprise! I didn't expect the Dragon Warrior to know me. Should I feel honored? Hi ha ha ha! Shen cackled madly as he pointed his daggers towards Jin and said. I've always wanted to see if the Dragon Warrior is really worthy to be called the greatest Kung Fu master. The moment I end you is the moment the entire Kung Fu will die along. How about a taste of my cannon? Shen said while caressing his cannon. Sure, why not? Do you really think I came here unprepared? I already know about your cannon, Shen. You know what that means? I have already figured out its weakness. It would be better for you to surrender now, Shen. You stand no chance. Jin said before assuming a Kazama-style stance. Shen raised his eyebrow as he panicked inside. Of course, he also knew the weakness of the cannon. However, it's impossible for someone to persecute this weakness. After all, the only weakness of a cannon is by dodging the metal ball that it spits. Sounds easy but impossible because of the incredible speed of the cannonball. It might be impossible to the others, but he's the Dragon Warrior, perhaps his reflexes will allow him to dodge my cannon. Shen eyed Jin warily as he started formulating a new plan inside his head. Obviously, escaping is not an option unless he defeats everyone here. Suddenly, Shen's eyes darted towards Tigress. With that, a plan suddenly formulated inside his mind. He. Alright then, you win, Dragon Warrior. You are right, dodging the cannonball is the cannon's weakness and I'm sure you can evade it just fine, right? Seeing that Shen seems to have lost his mind, a bad premonition suddenly appeared inside Jin's mind. No, Shen won't just back down this easily. He must have made a plan. I need to be cautious. All of Jin's muscles tense up as he tries to analyze Shen's plan. The only thing he came up with is that Shen must have been planning on ambushing him by another cannon hidden somewhere around. After all, he can't dodge something that he's not expecting. Since you can evade it. How about her then? Just as Shen pointed at Tigress and just when Jin finally realized Shen's plan, Jin immediately went back running towards Tigress. Since Tigress is closer to him than the cannon, Jin has no choice but to run to her to save her. Tigress! Fire! As soon as Shen yelled those words, the cannon was lit up and thankfully, it gave Jin enough time to close the distance between him and Tigress. Boom! Hearing the booming sound, Jin didn't hesitate to push Tigress away, replacing her position as the cannonball arrived in front of him. In Jin's vision, everything slowed down as he watched how the cannonball spun and charged towards him. Jin could only utter one word inside his mind. Fuck me! Boom! In just a split of a second, the cannonball collided with Jin's body, throwing in the air and dragging him outside the Gongmen city at fast speeds. Jin! Unfortunately, it was already too late for the Furious Six to react, as everything that happened was too fast for them to react, and before they knew it, Jin had already disappeared from his position, replaced by a scorched mark on the ground. It worked! Ha ha ha! So much for a so-called dragon warrior, he can't even handle my dragon. Shen laughed madly as he patted the head of a dragon that is sculpted on the cannon. No! Tigress muttered in shock and fear as she realized that she was saved by Jin. Master! Po panicked. The realization that Jin was defeated hit him in the head. Impossible! Even Master Rhino was shocked, and he didn't even see how the cannonball struck Jin. He could only see a blur along with Jin rushing towards Tigress. Though at the same time, he was amazed by Jin's feat of being able to save Tigress from such a fast projectile. And the entire Kung Fu era will end with him. Does anyone else want to have a taste? Realizing that they have lost their spirits and will, Shen chuckled loudly before confidently announcing out loud. The Furious Five and the Master Council looked at one another. They knew that if one of them resists, they could only meet the same fate as the Dragon Warrior. However, Tigress was different from them. Her bloodshot eyes are staring directly at Shen, threatening to tear him into pieces. I'll kill you, Shen! With a loud war cry, Tigress immediately rushed towards Shen. However, the Furious Six was fast to react and managed to stop Tigress from acting impulsively, lest she kills himself. Release me, I'll avenge Jin! Tigress growled at them. You can't avenge him if you're delivering yourself to death, Tigress. Let's surrender for now and send an emergency message to Master Shifu. Crane said to Tigress as she calmed down a bit, however her glare on Shen was still the same. Crane, do you think you can escape here? Tigress whispered back to Crane, as Crane contemplated for a bit before answering. I think I can, but those wolves would surely bring me trouble. Not to mention, that weapon. Crane answered her question as he pointed at the wolves who were holding bows. Don't worry, we'll handle them. Just go and escape. Tigress said, much to everyone's shock. What? Tigress, have you gone crazy? Shen would surely kill us with that cannon. Mantis panicked and said. No, he won't. If he wanted us dead, he would have killed us at the start, but he didn't. So, that means he has a plan for us. Tigress while eyeing Shen, who was busy commanding his army to surround them and enter the tower. You're right. Crane also noticed and agreed on what she said. I still think this is a crazy plan, but oh well, what else can I do? Mantis shrugged his shoulders as Tigress finally gave her signal. Crane, now! With that, Crane immediately took up in the air, much to everyone's shock. Fire at him! Shen ordered, which the wolves quickly aimed at Crane, who was in the air. However, the masters quickly swooped in and took them down as fast as they could, allowing Crane to fly smoothly out of their range. You! Shen quickly ordered to point the cannon towards the masters, threatening to shoot them down. We surrender! At the same time, they surrendered before offering their hands to be handcuffed. Oh, I see. So this is your plan? Call your master to save you? All right, I'll allow it. After all, killing the greatest teacher in China will also serve as one of my greatest achievements. Let that old man send himself to death here. Shen laughed out loud. And just like that, the masters were swiftly taken to their prisons. Chapter 23, Ch 23, I'm still standing. It seems like you guys didn't like the previous chapter. Yes, they know the weakness, and with so many masters they could take on Shen with ease. However, it is so risky. Why? Because they don't know if Shen has many more cannons that would blast them off without them expecting, and also, Jin being blasted off has put quite a pressure and slight fear on the cannon. It's a normal mentality of someone. _____________________________________________________________________________________________________________________:. Jin, who was flying in midair while the cannonball was still sticking to him without halting, was groaning in pain. Fuck. I can't feel my arms. Slowly as time passed, the momentum started reducing before it landed back on the ground along with Jin. Boom! As the clouds of the dust covers his vision, Jin's adrenaline finally stopped, allowing him to feel the maximum pain he should have felt earlier. Shocking the nearby birds in the forest, Jin breathed heavily as he tried his best to stay conscious as the pain started to get worse as time passed. It hurts. Oh God, it hurts. Whimpering in pain, the clouds of dust finally settled in, allowing anyone to see the mangled body on the large pothole on the ground. His pants were burned in various places except for his crotch area, which might not look bad if it wasn't for the large scorching skin on Jin's chest, looking almost as if there was a hole on his chest. The scorched skin was so large that it looked similar to an X shape that goes from his shoulders down to his waist, while the middle of it, which is his chest, has the largest scorched skin. It kinda looks as if there's a circle in the middle of the X shape. The circle-shaped scorched skin must have been caused by the cannonball itself, while the X mark was probably caused due to the cannonball breaking apart as before they landed on the ground. It kinda looks similar to a scorching sun. Oh fuck, this would scar me for life. Jin scrunched inside as his beautiful and flawless skin was no more. But who am I to complain? Having a scar as big as this is better than having beautiful skin. Scar adds to a charm, you know. Thinking of this, Jin tried to stand up but realized that he can't feel all of his limbs, including his legs. Oh, fuck. Is this how I'm gonna die? It's quite ironic, I haven't even reached the final boss yet. And just like that, Jin stayed on the ground for a few hours. At first, Jin thought he would die just like this, but who would have thought that his injuries would suddenly start healing itself, confusing Jin as he started to wonder what caused this. Is it my angel bloodline? But, that's impossible. God said that I haven't awakened it yet, so that only leaves one thing. Which is Jin Kazama's template. Jin started pondering to himself as he basked himself in the feeling of his injuries fading away. As far as I know, Jin is a human, right? I only played Tekken 6 in an arcade once in Indiana a few months or even years, so I don't know much about Jin, but maybe Jin is more than a human? I remember seeing one playable character that looks similar to Jin except for having wings and horns. Is he a devil? Jin's eyes widened in surprise. He doesn't know much about what he was saying, but he felt like what he just said is true. A/N, before y'all complain. Our dear MC doesn't play Tekken like an addict, like how he stated in the paragraph. He only played Tekken 6 once in every month and years. If you want to complain, then suit yourself. Just know that I won't be responding to you. I'll think about this later on, I have to get myself back up to my feet first and. As Jin was thinking of this, the horror of the cannon suddenly flashed in his eyes, making him gulp in fear. Should I go back? Wouldn't I just send myself to death, then? Thinking of this, Jin thought that what he just said is plausible. Who in their right mind would send themselves to their deaths? But just in time, the face of Tigress replaced the horror of the cannon in his mind. Her smiling face and blushing face brought him joy and warmth in his heart. If I didn't go back, I wouldn't be able to see that smile again. And just like that, Jin's blood boiled as he made a decision. I still can't believe the dragon warrior was killed just like that. Who would save us now? With such a weapon, no one would be able to resist Shen. Behind the metallic bars, Master Rhino spoke as the rest of the masters listened to him. Jin is not dead. Tigress on the other side of the prison, heard what Master Rhino said and immediately refuted. Face it, little kitty. Jin is dead. Bam! Suddenly, Tigress stomped her feet on the ground, causing a slight earthquake in the prison. Call me that again and I'll smash your head off right here and right now. There's only one person in this world who can call me that, and it's not you. Tigress coldly glared at Master Rhino as her grip on the metallic bars slowly tightened, causing slight cracks on it. All right, fine. Master Rhino said before looking away. He may look calm on the front, however, sweat was accumulating on his back as there is only one word he could give as his expression to Tigress. Scary. Ugh, so much drama. Instead of fighting with each other, we should think about how we would escape this place and prevent Shen from using those weapons to conquer the world. Viper rolled her eyes and said, ignoring the glare that Tigress sent to her. Guys. Po slowly said as he stared at his own hands, making everyone tense up. What's happening, Po? Viper worriedly said. Glur. I'm hungry. Po said in a slight panic on his face. Can you please not scare us like that? Mantis said to him with a stern glare. Sorry. I'm just really hungry. At this time, I should be eating at least 5 bowls of noodles and 5 dumplings. Po scratched his head embarrassingly as Viper shook her head and sighed. So, what now? She said. We do nothing. With that kind of weapon that even took Jin out, no offense Tigress but we stand no chance. Monkey said with slumped shoulders. And what? We're just gonna rot here? Crane must have delivered the news to Master Shifu, so they're probably on their way here. For now, we just wait for their signal. Tigress calmly said to them when they suddenly heard a voice. Well well well. Looks like all of you still haven't lost hope. Don't worry. Tomorrow morning, I'll send you to meet your deaths and I'll make it as grand as possible. Shen slowly walked out of the dark followed by the soothsayer as he cackled madly before noticing Po behind the bars. You must be a panda. Forgive me for massacring your village but perhaps you should blame a certain someone for stating the wrong prophecy. Shen then kindly smiled at Po as he apologized while looking back at the soothsayer who was looking at Po with a hint of worry and apologetic gaze. Meanwhile, Po stared at Shen with complicated gaze that contains anger, fury, and confusion. Shen chuckled at Po's reaction before leaving as grand as possible by waving his tail feathers, under the complicated gaze of Po. You mustn't lose hope, masters. The dragon warrior is still among us. Soothsayer said to them, much to the Master Rhino and the rest of the Master Council's shock. They know that the soothsayer is a powerful fortune teller and everything that she predicted, always comes true. Are you sure, soothsayer? Tigress's excited voice cracked a bit as Shen's voice yelled outside the prison. Soothsayer. Yes, Master Tigress. Now I shall take my leave. Soothsayer replied to Tigress's question before leaving hurriedly. Looks like there's still hope. Master Rhino shrugged his shoulders. The next morning, the masters were taken outside in handcuffs as they were led in the middle of the city, specifically an empty area in the middle of the city. In the empty area, there's only one thing that stands out, which is a large and tall platform in the middle. In there, Tigress and the rest were brought on top of the platform, under the worried gazes of the citizens of Gongmen City. In front of them, Shen stared at them in satisfaction as his cannon slowly rolled behind him, stopping a few inches away from him. Citizens of Gongmen City. Shen looked around and yelled in a loud voice, gathering the attention of everyone. Attention all! The time has come to rid our land of the so-called Kung Fu Masters. Their existence threatens the order I seek to establish. Prepare to witness their downfall as a testament to my power and resolve. Prepare my cannon. As soon as his announcement was made, Shen ordered his guerrilla subordinate. The entire area was flooding with not only the citizens of Gongmen City but also his own army, which counts to thousands. The guerrilla nodded his head before aiming the cannon towards the top of the platform, where the masters reside. Po gulped his saliva as he squirmed around, trying his best to escape. He hasn't said his farewells to his father yet, and besides, while they were being escorted here, he found a delicious-looking food that he wanted to try. Po, it's no use. Either we die here now or Master Shifu arrives in time to save us. Viper said, trying to comfort him. And also Jin. He will surely come. I'm sure of it. Without fear on her face, Tigress spoke, trusting that Jin would arrive to save them. Lord Shen. It's ready. On your order. The gorilla respectfully said to Shen, as Shen grinned in madness. Then what are you waiting for? Fire! Shen roared in a furious frenzy, his voice echoing with madness. Just when the gorilla was about to light the cannon to fire, a flying cane suddenly flew and landed vertically on the cannon before Master Shifu flashed and appeared standing on the tip of the cane. Master Shifu! The Furious Six yelled in surprise and excitement. Only him? How about me? Won't my little kitty greet me? Suddenly, they heard a teasing voice among them. Turning their heads around, they were met with the sight of Jin, playfully smiling over them. Before you get excited. Hold on. Just when they were about to roar his name in excitement, Jin stopped them with a simple gesture before bringing his hand towards the rope binding them. With a slight force of strength, the thick rope was suddenly ripped apart, freeing them. Okay. Now you can get excited. Before Jin could finish his sentence, a fast blur suddenly flashed towards him before engulfing him into a hug. You came back. I'm glad. Burying her head on his chest, Tigress sighed in relief as if a heavy weight of her shoulders were lifted. Shocked, Jin slowly accepted the hug and hugged her back. However, it didn't last long when Shen noticed his presence and roared in shock. You! This is impossible. You're supposed to be dead. Shen then pointed his daggers to Jin. Releasing the hug, Jin stepped forward, allowing the entire Gongmen city to see his existence. You're right, it is indeed impossible, but thanks to you I finally found my inner peace. Hear this, Shen. Jin then exhaled before shouting. I'm still standing. Chapter 24, ch 24, The End of Shen. I'm still standing. Hearing the shout of the dragon warrior, Jin. Everyone's blood boiled in excitement while Shen and his army felt pressured by his dominating appearance. This can't be. Thinking that the situation is going against his expectations, Shen decided to get rid of Master Shifu first as he needed his cannon. If things come to worst, then he'd be forced to use his entire cannon arsenal despite the others being pre-completed or still on the verge of being manufactured. Get off my cannon, you old man! Shen roared angrily as he threw several of his daggers towards Master Shifu. You have no respect for your elders. Master Shifu scolded him as he jumped and landed on the ground with his foot before using his cane to deflect all of the daggers. Clang! X3. Smash him! Shen ordered the gorilla holding a large hammer. The gorilla nodded his head and picked up the hammer off the ground. Unfortunately for the gorilla, the hammer was too heavy for him to lift, so he was very slow, which gave Master Shifu so much time to attack him before he could even lift his hammer. Bam! X10. Delivering a flurry kicks in a quick manner towards the gorilla's chin, the poor gorilla didn't even manage to fight back before he was already on the ground, unconscious. Useless! Shen roared angrily and was about to order his wolf army to attack Shifu, however, when he turned his eyes to them. His eyes almost bulged out of its sockets when he saw how the masters were already fighting them and almost half of his army were already down on the ground, leaving only a few unfortunate ones who followed suit. Where are you looking, Shen? Hearing a voice behind him, Shen quickly turned around to face Jin. It's you. All of these are your fault. My plans are ruined. Shen accused him and shouted. Hey! It's not my fault you decided to go against us. Who told you to end the legacy of Master Oogway? Jin shrugs his shoulder as Shen starts to laugh maniacally. Fine. You forced me. Bring out all of the cannons. Shen grabbed one of the wolves beside him before shouting on his face. Why yes, Lord Shen. The wolf fearfully nodded his head before blowing out a horn that is attached to his waist. *HOOO. Asterisk. Hearing the sound of the conch shell horn, everyone stopped in their tracks and stared as the wolf blew on the horn. Ha 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 ha. It's over. With this, I now have the advantage. Shen laughed in victory. However, a few moments have passed and nothing has happened yet. Where is it? Where's the rest? Shen looked around in confusion and shock. Shen, you truly picked the wrong enemy this time. I predicted that you've made more of those cannons, which is why before coming here, along with my master Shifu, we located each of the cannons and swiftly took down those who were supposed to bring them here. So, it's over for you, Shen. Jin said with a cheeky grin, much to Shen's fear. He felt like Jin's grin looked similar to the devil. This reminds him of what the soothsayer told him last night. Beware, as the devil will soon come to weigh your destiny. Oh really? I thought you said it was a black and white panda? Has the soothsayer directly caused the massacre of the panda village? Looks like you're more evil than me. Shen responded with arrogance. You are wrong, Shen. The fate has changed for some unknown reason. The soothsayer replied angrily, for being accused. Well, looks like your prophecy are not as powerful as I thought. The devil. Muttering these words, Shen finally realized why the soothsayer called Jin a devil. What? Hearing what Shen muttered, Jin tilted his head in confusion. Devil? What do you mean devil? Jin asked as he tried to approach Shen, who quickly backed away. Stay away from me, you devil! Shen yelled in fear as he threatened to use his dagger to him. Meanwhile, the soothsayer who has been watching these events, smiled to herself. As expected, she never fails when it comes to predicting someone's fate except for one time. But his fate? The soothsayer then turned her gaze to Jin. Yesterday, when Jin was blasted away by the cannonball, some bits of his blood and flesh flashed to her. So, she took this chance to determine Jin's fate and what he will become in the future. This is also why she knew that Jin was still alive. When she finished the process of looking into Jin's fate, she saw nothing except for bloodbath as Jin himself stood upon dead bodies dyeing the entire world red. When she first saw it, she shuddered in fear as she thought that Jin was indeed a devil. "O Lord! Please save us all," the soothsayer then prayed to her heart. Meanwhile God, who was watching over Jin, heard the soothsayer's prayers and can't help but chuckle. "Well, that's what you get for thinking you can peek at the fate of my angel. I'll let you be disillusioned for a while. Any last words, Shen?" Jin said to Shen as he wanted to test the wuxi finger hold technique on Shen. However, he realized that Shen doesn't have any fingers, only feathers. That's unfair. Does that mean he's immune to wuxi finger hold technique? Jin complained inside his mind. "I'm a fool." Shen's eyes darted around, and seeing the disappointed gazes and disgust in the eyes of the citizens of Gongmen City, Shen reminds them of his parents' eyes back then when they discovered what he did. Shen's eyes then noticed Po behind the crowd. Seeing the black and white panda, Shen remembered what the soothsayer said back then before he was banished. A man in black and white would be the one to defeat him. Soothsayer said to his parents while Shen eavesdropped. Which is the reason why he massacred the entire panda village, as he was scared that if he left them alive, they would one day defeat him like what the soothsayer said. Hat! Who would have thought the soothsayer would lie to me? Perhaps she was wrong back then. Saying this to himself, Shen closed his eyes and awaited for his death. Well, immune or not, I'll still try the wuxi finger hold technique on him. With that, Jin swiftly grabbed Shen's feather finger and raised his own pinky. Seeing this, the masters including Master Shifu stared at Jin in shock. There's no way he learned it by himself, right? Was what Master Shifu was thinking as he decided to watch what will happen. Jin was tempted to say the magic word skadoosh. However, he's in front of so many people, so he decided to change it to suit his character more. Hawkeye. With a single word, Jin finally flexed his pinky, under the awaiting gaze of everyone. However, a few seconds passed, nothing happened much to the disappointed eyes of the masters. Even Shen, who was waiting for his imminent death, frowned and can't help but complain. Can you please hurry up with it? Alright. I was just trying something, unfortunately, it didn't. Jin chuckled to himself, trying to diminish the second-hand embarrassment he's feeling right now. However, he didn't finish his sentence yet when Shen's finger, which is the one he is holding right now, suddenly glowed in golden light. A huge shockwave occurs as Shen was covered in bright light that slowly consumed him. Beautiful! Tigress muttered as the entire city was illuminated by the golden light, almost blinding everyone. As soon as the bright light settled in, the only thing that's left is a single feather that waves back and forth in the air before landing softly on the ground. He did it! Master Shifu's eyes widened in surprise. Even Jin stared at this in surprise. He didn't expect that he'd be able to do it just right after achieving his inner peace. His inner peace was different from Po, who achieved his inner peace by accepting his parents' death instead of raging against it, while Jin managed to achieve his inner peace by accepting that he won't be going back to his home world anymore and that this is his new home now with new friends and strangers. Way to go, Jin! Monkey excitedly landed in front of him and raised his hand for a high five. Thanks, Jin said before raising his hand to smash his palm against Monkey's. Pack. Meanwhile, Po just stared at the ground with a complicated gaze. My parents. Po was then about to break down crying when Viper's worried voice sounded behind him. Po. Oh. Viper. What are you doing here? Po quickly wiped his eyes, making sure that he didn't cry. Nothing. I just want to ask how are you? Viper said with worried gaze still within her eyes. It's nothing, really. It's just that. I can't believe that the man who killed my parents are gone. Just like that. Po then said as he stared at the single feather on the ground. Good job, Jin. Master Shifu stepped forward and looked at Jin with pride on his tone. Master. Despite his strength, Jin isn't the type to forget the reason why he became like this. If Master Shifu wasn't there to teach and guide him, perhaps he wouldn't be as strong as he is now and would only be solely relying on his Jin Kazama template. However, his Jin Kazama template isn't that strong when it comes to Kung Fu Panda. Sure, he has superhuman strength and senses, but that doesn't mean he could compete with the likes of Kai. Jin would never forget the movie where they show Kai's strength. It might not look that much, but being realistic, Kai is indeed very strong, as he could smash boulders weighing hundreds of tons with his sheer strength alone. Not to mention his chi manipulation, which is something Jin doesn't even know how to manipulate. Heck, he probably doesn't even have chi. Jin. Tigress then approached him. Oh, if it isn't my little kitty. Jin said with a teasing tone. However, instead of being embarrassed like she usually does, Tigress just smiled over him before engulfing him in a hug. "Thank you," Tigress uttered before kissing Jin on his cheeks. Jin just froze as he watched Tigress leave and helped in capturing the rest of Shen's army. "Hat. Youth." Master Shifu shook his head in delight before walking away. Just like that, Jin stayed frozen for a few minutes before touching his cheek. "And here I thought I would be the first one to kiss her. Unfortunately, she only kissed my cheek." Jin then chuckled in disappointment before proceeding to help in whatever the Gongmen city needs for the rest of the day. Chapter 25, Ch 25, A Night Without Sleep. With the Gongmen city back on its feet, the Master Council offered a banquet to celebrate their liberation from Shen and also to properly welcome the Dragon Warrior. Of course, as a respect to another master, Master Shifu agreed, and so is the rest of them, including Jin. The banquet was nothing special if you compare it to modern banquets. However, what's unique about this banquet was everyone is welcome to join, be it a beggar or even an outsider, unlike some banquets in the modern world where you need to have an invitation to enter. During the banquet, Jin was approached by several individuals, and most of them were ladies such as cougars, ocelots, and leopard. This is the first time Jin actually met other animals besides rabbits, goats, and pigs. Who would have thought that there are more animals in this world? I wonder if there's also a shark. A walking shark maybe? That would have been cool as heck. Maybe they live under the water? I should check them out someday. Hopefully, they exist. While thinking of this, a beautiful female cougar even had the audacity to touch his chest and offer to accompany him tonight. Obviously, Jin refused her. He's not a fucking playboy who fucks women left and right, and besides, he's not comfortable sleeping with an animal. Sure, he likes Tigress, but that doesn't mean he's ready to snoo with her. It would probably take him a bit long to be comfortable to sleep with furry animals that stands and acts like a human. As Jin was surrounded by women, Mantis and Monkey both stared at him in shock and jealousy. "It should have been me. Not him." Monkey cried in jealousy as he stared at Jin. "Oh, Monkey! You'll never understand my pain. To me, women like those are something I cannot touch because..." Mantis also cried beside him as he stared at his little body. His kind are actually rare, unlike the rabbits or pigs who could be seen almost in every corner of the world. Which is why he hasn't found someone for him. "I haven't even tasted the forbidden fruit yet and probably will never be able to even in the future." As Mantis was crying inside his mind, Tigress was staring at the women flocking around Jin like a predator to its prey. A few seconds later, she slowly approached them under the gazes of the Furious Six and Master Shifu. They knew that Tigress has a little crush on Jin, and seeing him being flocked by other women, they knew that something interesting will probably happen between her and those females, so they kept watching over her. As soon as Tigress approached them, she then grabbed the shoulder of the female cougar who attempted to accompany Jin tonight. "Hey! Who dares to touch him?" Just when the female cougar was about to react arrogantly, the moment her eyes locked in with Tigress's, she immediately froze in fear as Tigress's piercing eyes were penetrating her. "Get out of my way!" Tigress said with a cold tone. "Isekai'd." Without hesitation, the female cougar quickly ran away, followed by the rest of the women as they could feel the pressure from Tigress's gaze, as if she would pounce on them the moment they didn't ran away. "Oh, is my little kitty worried about me being stolen by others?" Seeing that Tigress saved him from those menacing women, Jin was grateful to her, but he wanted to tease her first. I am not worried about you, okay? I was only worried that if you hook up with their kind, your reputation would be destroyed. I've seen several masters falling to such situation, and that's the moment they lost respect of everyone." Tigress quickly refuted his claim and explained her real reason. "I see. I guess I have to thank you then. Thanks for the save, my little kitty." Jin thanked her with a warm smile, almost making Tigress blush, but controlled herself. "You're welcome. I suggest you stick with us so you could avoid such situations again." Tigress nodded her head and said before walking back to the table where the masters are sitting. "Weird, isn't she supposed to yell at me to not call her little kitty? Is she already used to it or something?" While thinking of this, Jin followed Tigress and soon arrived on their table. "Welcome back." Viper waved her little tail at him. Jin nodded his head at her and sat on the chair, just beside Tigress. Only then Jin noticed that there's someone missing among them. "Where's Po?" he asked. Almost everyone on the table looked at each other and smiled wryly as they pointed at the end of the hallway. Following it where their finger pointed at, Jin was met with Po munching on a bunch of food as the waiters and staffs tried to pull him away from the table as Po was grabbing on the table to resist them as if his life depended on it. Worried. Jot warn more. Po kept resisting as all of the staff were already trying to pull him out of the table where all the foods are preserved for the guests. Please stop, Master Po. We have other guests wanting to eat those foods. Please have mercy. A small goat pleaded with him as Po stayed stubborn and grabbed another plate full of dumplings before dumping them in his already filled mouth. Seeing this, Jin can't help slap his forward while the furious six nodded their heads at him as if saying yes. That's what we also felt when we saw him. You're not the only one. After the banquet was finished, they were being led to their rooms by the escort. However, the escort suddenly stopped and apologized to them as he explained. I'm sorry for the inconvenience, but due to the lack of room, we have decided to give the furious 5.6. Po corrected him. 6 the largest room so they could all fit in there while the dragon warrior will be having his own room. The escort then corrected himself and finished what he was saying. What? You're saying I'm supposed to sleep with monkey? His feet smells at night. Mantis was the first one to complain, dragging down monkey with him. Hey! My feet doesn't smell. I wash it every day. Monkey refuted him. I don't mind. I could just sleep beside Po. He'd surely make a great pillow. Viper was the only one positive as she excitedly said, making Po scratch the back of his head in embarrassment. Thanks. I don't mind it. I stand while sleeping. Crane said with a calm smile. Meanwhile, Tigress stayed quiet as she watched the events unfold. However, by shifting her body slightly, Jin could tell that she's a bit uncomfortable sleeping with other people. Seeing her predicament, Jin turned his attention to the escort and asked. How large is my room? Is 2 people enough to sleep in? Jin asked. There's only 1 bed in your room but 2 people should be enough to fit in. Escort nodded his head and informed him. Good. Then I'll take Tigress with me, is that okay? Jin said while grabbing Tigress's shoulder and pulling her close to him. It should be. Escort coughed slightly, while giving Jin a wink, as if he knew what he's planning. Unfortunately, Jin doesn't have any vulgar plans tonight as he simply doesn't want Tigress to sleep with the others, especially seeing how uncomfortable she was earlier. Meanwhile, Tigress just stared at the ground, not refusing Jin as she knew that it is better to sleep with Jin than the others. Monkey was about to complain when Crane elbowed him and shook his head at him. A/N, Crane is such a wingman. Is that a pun? Well then. It's settled I guess. The escort nodded his head before leading the furious 6 to their room first before he escorted Jin and Tigress to their room. Good night. And just to remind you, we have a special thing in the drawer just in case you need it. After whispering to Jin, the escort then proceeded to close the door and leave. Meanwhile, Jin was confused at what the escort told him while Tigress was already laying on the right side of the bed while facing the wall, leaving the left side open for him. Deciding to check the drawers as he's curious about what the escort said, as soon as he opened the drawer, Jin was met with several packets inside with single different letters etched on each of them, which is S, M, and L. The most noticeable thing about this packets was the donut-shaped circle bulging out of the packet. Without hesitation, Jin quickly closed the drawers as his face twitched with a smile. Fuck. How can such things exist even in this world? Jin sweated profusely as he decided to forget what he just saw and lay down on the empty side of the bed, just right beside Tigress. The bed was a bit smaller so, their bodies were slightly touching each other as Jin closed his eyes and tried to sleep. However, he was disrupted by Tigress speaking. Thank you. Hearing what she said, Jin opened his eyes and noticed that Tigress was already facing the ceiling instead of the wall. So now their shoulders are touching each other. About what? Jin tried to rack his brain on why Tigress was thanking him until he arrived at one conclusion on which why. However, he still wanted to confirm it from her. For saving me. From that cannonball. If it wasn't for you, I would have been dead now. So, thank you. This time, Tigress was facing him, staring at his eyes as her own eyes were filled with endless gratitude and a hint of love. Seeing you safe and sound is all the thanks I need. Knowing that you're okay makes me want to do it over and over again. Jin smiled back at her as Tigress stayed still in her position, as if waiting for something. Does she want me to kiss her? Should I? What if I'm wrong and she just sleeps with her eyes open? Fuck it, let's risk it. Dealing with his inner voice, Jin then slightly moved forward and Cliffhanger-kun, muahahaha. It is I, Cliffhanger-kun. How does it feel to be blue-balled, hey? Suffer.